Yeah. We're getting to go on the meeting. We're getting to go on the meeting. It was 12:05, but that's gone away. Yeah.
Madam City Clerk, I've got 5 o'clock, but I don't have a quorum yet.
You are right, it's 5 o'clock,
Yeah.
but there is no quorum.
Would you go out there and grab a couple of city council people, please?
Martinez is here, but he's eating.
Hey, Tom, I saw Shirley give you something. Was that a little champagne? What was it?
Oh no, man, that was Arkansas whiskey. I'm gonna need it tonight. This is gonna be a rough meeting, I think.
So Tom is in here drinking moonshine, I hear.
Which ones haven't been rough?
Okay,
You got a quorum now, Tom.
okay, we got a quorum, and we're gonna start this meeting. So the meeting will come to order. This is the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Choi,
Here.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez. Absent. Councilmember Myrick. Absent. Councilmember Willis. Absent. And Mayor Butt.
Here.
Okay, this evening, during closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Conference with labor negotiators, agency representative Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021, full-time unit, SEIU Local 1021, part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21, mid-level management unit, IFPTE Local 21, executive management unit, Richmond Police Officers Association, RPOA, Richmond Police Management Association, RPMA, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association, RFMA. Public Employee Performance Evaluation, title Interim City Attorney. Conference with real property negotiators, property, Port of Richmond, Terminal 3, agency negotiators, Jim Mazurkis, negotiating party, Richmond Terminal 3 partners, Bobby Winston, Orton Development, and Tom Lockhart. Under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. Property, Port of Richmond, Terminal 4, Agency negotiators, Jim Mazorkis, negotiating party, Nematode Holdings LLC, doing business as Bay Crossings, Bobby Winston, owner, under negotiations, price and terms of payment. We did receive some comments before 3 o'clock, and I will just summarize those. See one comment in regards to the interim city attorney's performance evaluation. Rachel is doing a wonderful job as interim city attorney. We received 3 comments in regards to the Port of Richmond Terminals 3 and 4. The 3 comments received: the area was zoned for parks and recreation. How will the use conform to its zoning for parks and recreation? What will be the broader impact? How will the proposed use affect traffic on Steinmark Drive? What is the time interval being discussed? How will the proposed lease contribute to a transition to parkland use? What is the contamination status of the property? Is any current cleanup being coordinated with other agencies? Was an open call for bids issued? Use of Richmond public property should be handled openly and transparently, preferably in an open bidding process. And we do have 2 comments to read that came in right after the 5 o'clock posting of the meeting. So we'll have Sabrina read those comments.
We have a comment this evening from Beryl Golden regarding the conference with real negotiator in the closed session. The public must be informed of the procedure that was followed to grant use of the Terminal 4. We want to know what the use and management will be in the best interest of the city as a whole. Thank you. We have another comment from Jim Hansen. I wish to have, excuse me, this is a call, I apologize. That's a phone call. Okay, and then our final comment is from Deborah Bayer. It looks like the council is going ahead with the negotiations for terminals 3 and 4, despite public calls for a more transparent process. To my knowledge, the public has not been informed what the terminals will be used for, how the bidding process for these properties was publicized, what assessment of the value of these properties was made by the city, how Bob Winston and Ed Orton came to be involved in these negotiations. Mr. Winston already leases the land and buildings at Windhaven and subleases many of the structures at a profit. The deal to allow Winston to manage the property at Windhaven was a subject of concern for the Point Melody Advisory Committee, which questioned the legality of the process. Shortly after, the committee was disbanded by the mayor. Eddie Orton, who bought the Ford building for $5 million after the city had spent $28 million rehabbing it, became a topic of discussion during a city council meeting a year ago after it became known that he had knowledge of the secret closed session negotiations between the city and Jim Levine over Windhaven. Bypassing transparent and public process raises questions of corruption and favoritism that Richmond does not need. Negotiations on terminals 3 and 4 may be completely above board, but not knowing cast aspirations on all involved. Please let us know these negotiations came about, how these negotiations came about. Debbie Bayer. And that is our final comment for closed session.
Okay, we have 1 phone call, Just War.
I have Jim Hansen on the line. Jim, you have 2 minutes to speak. You may go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, mayors and member of council. I'm speaking about the negotiations on terminal 3 and 4 and asking that before further negotiation on the terms of 3 and 4, that the city's objectives and plans for operation of the or sale of these assets, that the public become fully informed of these objectives and plans, and what standard competitive practices have been used leading up to the negotiations on the lease or purchase of these properties, including a request for qualifications, set specifications, how city staff is actively recruited for many potential businesses, and the bidding process to select a business that would return the highest and best use to the city on terminal 3 and 4. Right now, there's just no evident information on these projects on some of the sites that we expect to find information, such as perhaps the Richmond Port website or the planning department webpage. And of course, we don't have to say over and over again, but the city's budget definitely requires that the maximum and best return on rental or sale of city properties occur. We've experienced some non-standard processes with the management of some of our shoreline properties, in my opinion and observation. And it just suggests the need to fully describe this process for the public at this time. So thank you very much.
And just where, do you have any more callers?
I do not.
Okay. That's the end of our public comment.
Is that it for public speakers?
Yes.
Okay, we are now adjourned to closed session.
Daddy, I really want this paper doll. We have it, but I also really
What
want
did you
it.
do here? What did you do with this stuff? Come on, my friend. Let's come away from here. This mommy's working.
Daddy,
What?
can we make some paper dolls?
I don't know how to make paper dolls.
So you get cardstock and scissors and a glue stick.
Why don't you put everyone on mute?
I can draw.
Okay. All right. Well, why don't you?
Open the cardstock. After you open the piece of paper. Maybe we can do these,
You do some.
like animals.
But animals don't have clothes on them.
That's true, but like these can be like all the pets they have, like the toys with the animals. Like that's nice. And we can do these. Like, what they have a cat? They have a dog? Yes. Yeah, they have like a little system.
Okay. All right.
We can use that and then we need cardstock. And then I'll get the scissors.
You got lots of paper already up here.
I do. So I don't see. I mean, the study page didn't know. I got the scissors. What I use is a colored pencil and the colored pencil. And
You have a glue stick?
some clouds.
Sure.
And
Glue stick, my lady.
what we do, like this, a cloud. That's my name,
Okay.
cloud. And
All right.
Hello, everyone. This is Richard from KCRT. Just want to let you know that the Richmond City Council is still in closed session. We will start the meeting when they're finished. Hello, everyone. This is Richard from KCRT. The council is still in closed session. Please stand by.
I got Melvin in here twice. Have you, are you doubling down, Melvin?
That's okay. They can try and help. They'll try.
I logged in on my phone just in case there was any issues on the computer, so I could
As
still
long as he
participate.
doesn't get 2 votes, I don't care.
I will say publicly right now, I only get 1 vote regardless of how many times I show up in your system.
Okay. City Clerk, are we ready to go?
Just double checking.
We have a City Clerk.
Yes, I'm double checking to see if we're ready. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, let me know when we're ready.
I think Willis's second picture is a much better looking picture than his personal one.
Let's vote on it.
Yeah, I know I was bullied back in the day. Come on now. Hope you're having a good day too, Nat.
You were a super fly in those days.
I was less stressed out in those days. That's because of COVID-19. I haven't been able to visit my barber, so this is how it is right now.
Yeah.
We are ready. The time is 6:56. Mayor Butt, we are ready to go.
Excellent. Okay, well, we will now convene the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Choi,
Here.
Councilmember Johnson,
Present.
Councilmember Martinez, absent. Councilmember Myrick, absent. Councilmember Willis,
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Here. Next item.
I'm sorry, but
Next
JL had
item.
his hand raised.
I'm sorry.
I was trying to show that I was here.
Yeah,
I was
JL had his
waiting.
hand raised.
I was
Okay,
waiting to get let in. So I
we
was trying to say.
corrected the record.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, wrong one.
Okay, next on the agenda is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Item C is agenda review. We have a request from staff to continue item G6 to June 16th.
Mr. Mayor,
We also have a request to remove item G8 from consent to be discussed at the end of the agenda. And staff was consulted on this item.
Mr. Mayor,
Wait a minute, Nat. Let me get the ones from the clerk first. So G6 is off the agenda, right?
Continue to June 16th.
What?
Continue to June 16th.
Okay. And G8 is removed from the consent calendar.
G8 is removed, and yes, it will be discussed at the end of the agenda.
Okay. Are there any others?
Mr. Mayor, before.
Wait, Nat, you go first.
I wanted G10 also removed, and I wanted emergency item placed on the agenda, realizing it requires a 2/3 vote, dealing with the George Floyd incident, and have also a report from the chief of police to articulate what has transpired and what the city of Richmond position happens to be.
Okay, is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, so we need 5 votes to put that on as a not emergency. What's the word, city clerk?
It's an urgency
Emergency
item.
item.
It's an urgency item, Mayor, and the council should explain just the need for immediate action, and that the need for immediate action was made known to the city after the agenda was posted. And then, yes, it's a 2/3 vote.
Okay, Nat, you want to tell us what the need for immediate action is?
Well, because of the crisis situation, the protests, and a host of other issues, it's imperative that this council take a position, and also to advise our community what we're doing in preparation to curtail the looting and the violence that are occurring, and our position as it relates to dealing with protesters and people that are arrested and detained.
Okay, is there any objection to doing that?
No, but I would also like to add that the purpose of this is to assure our residents that that we as a city council are making sure that our police department is doing everything possible to assure that their rights are being respected.
That okay with the mover?
Yes, fine, great.
Okay, who's second?
Second by Councilmember Martinez.
Martinez, okay. So are there any objections?
I should take a roll call.
The vote is unanimous. Do we really need a roll call?
Yes.
We need a roll call.
All right, okay.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Bates.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
I would like to add another emergency item. This item is related to an alternative budget strategy that would not include any layoffs or any cuts to services, and this would be done by the Raise Up Richmond Coalition.
Let me make a similar proposal that I'd already decided to do, and that is when our budget item comes up, I talk to the same people you talk to, and I'm prepared to give them a reasonable time, 10 minutes or whatever it takes, a reasonable time to make their presentation, and then
Mr. Mayor,
yeah, what? After they've
I
made
was just
theirs,
gonna ask if we could do 15 minutes like we usually do when we have presentations at any time.
they want 15 minutes and the council doesn't have an issue with that, it's fine with me. What, if
Thank
we
you.
make it a separate agenda item, what that means is anybody who wants to talk about the budget can talk about it twice. So I think that, I think that, you know, we got a lot of items on the agenda tonight. I think everybody's going to get a chance to say what they need to say, and the unions are going to get a chance to present their proposals. So that's my intent. Is that okay with you?
Hey, as long as they get to make the presentation, that's a-okay with me.
Okay. And the council doesn't object to that, right? Giving them
Could
additional time.
I want to inquire, are you suggesting that they make the presentation in coordination with the city?
I think there's two different presentations. The city staff has a presentation that the ad hoc committee saw yesterday. And the labor unions have a presentation that's different. So you're going to see at least 6 different presentations, 5, well, not presentation. You're going to see 5 strategies from city staff, and you're going to see at least 1 from the labor unions. Okay.
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 That works
Any
for
other?
me, as long as they get to make their presentation. I'm okay with that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Because of the urgency, I would recommend that it go after the open forum.
The budget item. So the budget is
Both of the emergency items.
It already is.
It's there. It's after the consent calendar. Do you want to? It's pretty.
Same thing, basically.
Okay.
All right.
I was prepared to make that motion anyway, so if it's after the consent calendar, that's great with me.
Yeah, okay, all right. Any other agenda review items? Okay, next item, city clerk.
Next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, Rachel Somavilla, interim city attorney. There are no final decisions made in closed session to report.
Item E is a report from the city manager.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So I have a little bit of information that will go probably along with what you all want to talk about in your urgency item later this evening. But I wanted to start with acknowledging the pain and the anger that we're seeing throughout our nation right now. The examples of the excessive use of force, like the one in Minneapolis, are symptoms of something that's very wrong in our society. And it's really up to us here at the local level to try and be part of the solution, not part of the problem. I want to reiterate to our community that Richmond is committed to maintaining a welcoming, tolerant, and safe place for all people, no matter their color, religion, national origin, their socioeconomic standing, their gender, their sexual orientation, or immigration status. Yesterday, we were blessed to raise our diversity flags and to virtually celebrate our diversity during Diversity Awareness Month. We shouldn't and can't ignore the menace of prejudice in our society. And we do so at great risk to the well-being of our community. At the same time, we also can't ignore or excuse those who are using the situation as an opportunity for violence and crime, such as last night's looting, property damage, and injury at Hilltop Mall. Violent behavior is not the way to bring about the changes that we need. So therefore, to protect the health, safety, and welfare in this circumstance, under my authority as the Director of Emergency Services, I have signed a proclamation declaring the existence of a local emergency due to civil unrest. And within that local emergency, similar to what the county has just done, so we have some slight modifications. We now have a curfew for today in the city of Richmond, starting tonight at 6 o'clock and continuing until 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. The chief of police has the authority to modify or extend the dates or the hours if necessary. For right now, it's just in effect for 1 day, and it is in the interest of public safety and welfare. During the curfew, no one should be on the streets or unimproved public property in the city of Richmond. And there, of course, are a number of exceptions for those traveling to work, those who need medical care, commercial delivery services, and similar other exceptions. This is not a step I take lightly, but one we've seen in other cities in the Bay Area and nationwide, so that the incidences of violence can be calmed. We don't want them to become pervasive and overwhelming. We're determined not to let that happen in our community. We need to work together if we're to affect the social change that we all desire. Separately from that, we still have some changes happening related to COVID-19. The Contra Costa County Health Officer has issued a new order, and they continue to lessen the restrictions in Contra Costa County. We now are following what some other places have done, in that indoor retail shopping, business offices, outdoor museums, and pet grooming are among some of the businesses that are allowed to reopen. More importantly, for many different people, childcare, if in certain parameters, is allowed for anybody who needs to work, not just essential workers. So childcare, again, under certain parameters, including childcare services that have 12 or fewer children and who stay together in what they call a stable group, meaning there aren't a different set of 12 children each day. We can resume with that type of childcare with the same childcare provider. Libraries can also open for curbside pickup. Also on June the 15th, so still a little bit of ways away, but we know that we can now plan for it. Religious services will be allowed to resume, again, with the appropriate physical distancing requirements. And as always, you can continue to get updates both on our website and the county's website. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, question on that. For the curfew, Madam City Manager, I know that when you did things through your emergency services role related to COVID, like for example, on the tenant related issues, the council had to approve that. That was about a week later. In this one, when would the council be able to weigh in? Because obviously if the curfew's for tonight and the council approved it a week later, you know, I don't know what that does. Is there, we have the ability to weigh in on this?
We've talked about that, and I will ask our city attorney to help educate us more about that, because I think we do it tonight.
I think if the council wanted to put the ratification of that order on the agenda tonight, it would be the same process for taking action on an urgent off agenda item, which is to articulate the need for immediate action, articulate that the need for immediate action was brought to the attention of the city after the agenda was posted, and vote for by 2/3 to hear it on the agenda tonight. So that would be.
Could we just include it in the discussion that we're already having regarding the George Floyd incident and the things that happened that's already been agendized?
I think it can be included in that discussion, but I don't think that's been agendized to take
okay.
To ratify it. I would suggest that if the council wanted to take action to ratify it, that it also
to ratify or not ratify. I mean, just to be clear, which would be the to weigh in. Well, then I would like to make that motion that we include discussion as well when we discuss those issues.
So I would like, yeah, and not only was I going to second, and we can give that second to Melvin, but I would also like to add that even though I personally strive to make change not through violence, I don't think that anyone has a right to tell anyone else the right way to protest or the right way to express their anger, especially after they've been oppressed for centuries. So I think that is something that is very important and needs to be stated in this very moment right now. And I'm very interested in having this conversation further with the rest of my colleagues. But I do think it needs to be stated that we are not trying, that is not what we're here to do.
One thing to keep in mind is that there's a county-wide curfew proposed that starts at 8 o'clock. The only difference between that one and ours is 2 hours.
2 hours.
What? 2 hours. So I'm not, if you guys, whatever we do with our curfew, it's not going to affect the county's curfew, and it apparently pertains to us. Is that right? Is that right, City Attorney? Huh?
That is correct.
So you guys still want to debate, a curfew? You want to debate a curfew that started over an hour ago and is going to go into effect within an hour anyway, or you want to just let it go?
I mean, something that we can let go.
We can discuss it when we discuss it. I mean, anyway, so the motion's been made and second.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Could I
Yeah,
ask a question?
I second that. And what I want to say on the motion real quick is I did just come from a peaceful Black Lives Matter protest that included youth. And when people heard about that 6 o'clock curfew, that only put more unrest and unsettledness to people in the crowd. And I do not think it's a good idea.
Agreed.
And the latest information I got, if there's an update, I didn't hear it. The county's curfew was more of an advisement than an enforcement from the message I got last week. Unless something had changed in between then, that's only an advisement. It's not necessarily as enforceable as what Alameda County is doing. Just
and to add to that point, I just don't want the reputation of being a sundown town. This is like the idea that a majority of these cities in Contra Costa County have already instituted. Okay, fine. Just like with rent control and other measures, we can't supersede what the county does. But in terms of Richmond, we have control over how we exercise our powers here in the city of Richmond. And I understand that 6 o'clock was an hour ago and 8 o'clock is an hour from now. But if I have a voice in this conversation, I will never vote to make Richmond a sundown town.
Okay, let's vote on it. Well, we're not going to debate it now. Let's vote on it. It'll come
You
up.
started the debate.
You guys can get all over it. Okay, so let's take a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates?
This is put it on the agenda?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Choi?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
No.
Motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, let's see, where are we? You finished with City Manager, did you finish your report?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, next item.
The next item is open forum. And just as a reminder, individuals may address the council on matters not on the agenda or items remaining on the consent calendar. Tonight we have 31 speakers. And we will go through them. We have 28 callers in 3 minutes.
We've got an audio issue with you, Madam Clerk, huh? We have an audio.
To 1 minute.
Yeah, you need to talk to the IT people there. We've got an audio issue with you.
How's it sounding? Is it like an echo?
Muffled and distorted.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Yeah, it's just breaking up a little bit, like if your TV was having bad reception while you're trying to get the antenna to work.
They got cable, Melvin. They don't know nothing about that.
Okay, I'll proceed with the first comment. Can you hear me? I'll proceed with the first comment. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine.
Okay, the first comment is from Deborah Bayer. We are all sick and stunned of the murder of George Floyd and the resultant outpouring of rage and despair over the fact that this never seems to end. Each time it happens, we acknowledge that this can't continue, that we need to change the structure of state-sponsored racism and police culture, and yet it doesn't change. Here in Richmond, we have the chance to demonstrate our commitment to change by calling the prosecution of the killer of Petey Perez 5 years ago. We have a chance to distance ourselves from the actions of one police officer and the officers who backed him up and say, this is not who we are. This is not who we want to be. This will not stand.
Okay, how does it sound now? Is it clear?
It's still there. I'm sorry, Miss.
Our second open forum speaker was Councilmember Willis. Mr. Willis, did you still wish to speak under open forum tonight?
Yeah, and I just want to say during public comment, I want to invite any of my other colleagues to chime in on this at the end of it. I would feel remiss if I didn't speak, and there's 1 minute is not enough to speak on a tragic issue. What happened to George Floyd should not have happened. When I first watched that video, I couldn't watch past 5 to 10 seconds.
I remember.
I rewatched it today because I knew I was going to address this issue. And I just wanted to say, we as a country in 2020 can do better than what happened that day. There's so much civil unrest to where it has touched the rest of the world. And even the Mennonites have turned out to protest what has happened. This is just due to the systemic issue of anti-Blackness that is in our criminal justice system. And unless we speak out against it in a peaceful way, we will never address this issue. I want to appreciate the youth that turned out today in front of City Hall to protest this peacefully. And I appreciate the police chief being there to monitor the issue and not enforcing the curfew so harshly. And thank you for my colleagues in the public for your time.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Same distortedness. I'm sorry, Pam.
Just Laura, do you want to go ahead and start with some of your callers, please?
Yes, I'll go ahead and start with Luis Padilla. Luis, you can go ahead and speak.
All right. Good evening. My name is Luis Padilla, President of Richmond Firefighters Local 188. Our city deserves a fire chief with exceptional leadership who supports the fire service, is progressive, and committed to maintaining positive employee relations. Fire Chief Adrian Shepard is not that person. His performance during the pandemic has been reckless and reactive. He agrees to budget cuts without meeting and conferring, and then blames the city manager. He's failed to develop his staff and goes outside to hire. He's applied for almost every open fire chief position in the Bay Area, as well as city manager and deputy mayor. He was already close to vote no confidence by the city council before. The chief's actions demonstrate he does not want to be here in Richmond. Local 188, along with the Richmond Black Firefighter Association, Bombero, fire management, and office staff do not trust his leadership and sharing the belief that he does not operate in the best interest of the city, its residents, or its employees. A vote of no confidence was conducted with a result of 71-4 in favor of no confidence. We ask for your support in the immediate removal of Fire Chief Adrian Shepard. Thank you.
Your time is expired.
Next, I have Jason Flom on the line. Jason? Jason? Yeah, I'll roll to the next person. Next person I have is Dane Petit. Dane? Dane? Hello?
Somebody's got a TV on and somebody's not muted with a TV on and you can hear it.
I'll go to the next person. Nick? Nick? Person? Chris? Hello? Chris? Sean? Sean? To the next person. Nick? Nick?
I'm sorry, but at this point, I'm going to have to believe that it's our system.
Will? Hello? Will? I think, Sabrina, do you want to read your comment?
Yes, I'll move on to the next comment. My name is Paul Kilkenny. I've been involved with the Richmond South Shoreline Area Community Advisory Group for 15 years, the last 10 as a CAC member. Last week, you had approvals on an agenda item, the toxic Zeneca site. This is extremely concerning because I live near that site. My concern is that the comprehensive cleanup for community fought for and a previous city council agreed with was smacked down at your meeting last September 24th. At last week's meeting, when a staff member answered a question about the community benefits agreement incorporated into the September 24th decision, it was revealed the agreement was negotiated by a city staff person. How did a staff person get to incentivize that vote last September on his highly toxic site? A vote that will allow a developer to build on this site that for 100 years was used for the manufacture of chemicals. And that concludes our the last written comment that I received. Joshua, do you have any more callers ready to speak?
I do. I have two ready. First, I have Tom Phelps. Tom?
Yes.
Oh, Tom, you can go ahead and speak.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
Yep.
Hello, Council. My name is Tom Phelps, and I'm the business agent for Richmond Firefighters, Local 188, and I'm here to speak in support of the vote of no confidence of the fire chief. The fire chief has ordered us to go out of service in the morning if we have to wait for our relief to go from one station to another. This puts one or more fire engines or trucks out of service, unable to respond to calls. This happens almost every day and means that if there's a life-threatening emergency at 7:30 in the morning, our residents could have to wait valuable minutes for the next available company to respond from farther away. He cares so little about Richmond that he's been applying for many other fire departments, including Milpitas, Santa Clara County, San Rafael, Vallejo, and currently has an application in with the Alameda County Fire Department. So when the battalion chief, Noah Brownlow, called last week and asked for your support in the fire chief to maintain stability during the COVID-19 pandemic and budget deficit, the fire chief isn't even planning on being here and would already be gone if anyone else would hire him.
Time has expired.
Next, I have Robert Christie. Robert?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you ready to speak?
I am. After Tommy, then, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. You may go ahead and speak.
Okay. Hello, my name is Robert Christie. I'm a fire engineer with the city of Richmond, 29 years professional firefighter. I feel compelled to discuss PTSD, and more recently known as PTSI, which is post-traumatic stress injury. Just yesterday, I learned of two separate calls within the city of Richmond. One I cannot elaborate on, but it resulted in a terrible death. The other is an extremely horrific call regarding an elderly woman who was horribly mutilated. Parts of her body were further violated by being eaten by the murder suspect. These are the types of calls we experience as firefighters. PTSI is now considered presumptive in the state of California, and in itself may say something about the help we should be receiving. It's inexcusable that the Richmond Fire Department has no program in place, such as peer counseling, interdepartment help, or anything of the sort. In fact, we have to depend on Contra Costa County Fire for this type of help. It's also a common practice for my coworkers to be instantly denied their PTSI claims and even put on leave without pay when they're needing the time off to heal. It's extremely troubling to me.
Your time has expired.
When they need it, so we can return.
You have your next caller available, Jaswara?
I do. I have Mr. Will Beckham on the line. Will, are you ready to speak?
I'm ready to speak.
Okay, you may go ahead.
Good evening. Will Bachman, veteran fire engineer, 25 years Richmond Fire, serving under 5 chiefs. With the utmost respect to the position, never have I witnessed or experienced the degree of irresponsible, self-serving disconnect than that of Chief Adrian Shepard. A once thriving department, now sadly unrecognized. This evening, many colleagues will express relevant and serious concerns, i.e., lack of trust and safety concerns for fire personnel. I urge any of you to ask him if he has reached out to any of his 3 firefighters during their 14-day quarantine due to COVID-19 exposure. 188 knows that answer. Furthermore, his propensity to misrepresent the truth is extremely disheartening. If a leader doesn't have his word, what does he or she have? The overall integrity of our entire organization has suffered immensely under his watch. Respectfully, I urge the council and city manager to support our vote of no confidence and remove Chief Adrian
Your time
Shepard
has expired.
immediately.
Thank you.
Jaswara, you have another caller ready?
I'm trying to get the next person on the line. Give me a second.
Okay.
I have Elizabeth De Dios on the line. Elizabeth, you have 1 minute to speak. You may go ahead.
Ready?
Yeah.
My name is Elizabeth Didios. I've proudly served the community of Richmond for 23 years, for the last 13 as a rescue captain at the busiest station in the city. I'm here to ask for your support in this vote of no confidence against Adrian Shepard. He's a cancer that's decimated vital resources desperately needed for our community and has eroded the trust, goodwill, and morale of our fire department. Upon being hired by Shepard called me to his office to reassure me that one of his most important priorities was to hire and promote more women. He said he was appalled by the portable toilets in the back of one of our stations posing as gender-specific facilities, and that he would do everything in his power to rectify this immediately. He said he knew about the lack of women in supervisory positions and that under his watch, we would be treated fairly. That was in 2015. In 2020, we still have portable toilets in the back of Station 66. Twice he had the opportunity to promote me into a battalion chief position, but did not. And he's hired 0 women out of a total of 17 personnel hired and online since he arrived. Shepard's disregard for the safety of our community and our fire personnel is something we cannot afford during these very uncertain times. Please support us in ridding our community of this cancer. Thank you.
Next, I have Chris.
Hello?
Yes, Chris, you have a minute to speak. You may go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, you have a minute to speak. You can go ahead. Hello?
Okay. Yeah, so, my name is Chris Authority. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
My name is Chris Ricard. I'm from Richmond. I served Richmond resident for 15 years as a firefighter. I am calling in favor of the vote of no confidence but against Chief Shepard. I assist in the PPE program, which orders, maintains, and distributes firefighting gear to all Richmond fire personnel. My and company has to go out of district, out of service if work needs to be done. This leaves a gap in the protection and forces the company further away to respond and ultimately denies Richmond residents emergency medical services. Past practice has always been to remain in service or receive comp time for work done off duty, which Chief Shepard does not allow. Chief Shepard has been grossly unprofessional, saying things like, I don't want to hire anyone who looks like current personnel, when we work in the most diverse fire department in the Bay Area. He called the fire crew girls when they tried to put in an exposure report after going on a medical alarm where a parent ran over and killed their young child in their own driveway. He physically threatened to fight and provoke members to physically fight him. We no longer include our own people in the hiring process. Thus letting someone else.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Next, I have Nick Cortez on the line. Nick, are you ready to speak?
I am.
Okay, you have a minute to speak. You may go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Nick Bartish, and I'm an executive board member of Local 188, the captain of the Richmond Fire Department. And I stand in support of the vote of no confidence on the fire chief. We have a number of speakers tonight to get our message across, but we want it to be clear that the vote taken of Local 188 members was 71-4 in favor of the removal of the fire chief. We have support from the Richmond Black Firefighters Association, the Richmond Bomberos Association, Richmond Fire Management Association, and many others, including some fire administrative staff. We are aware that you have a lot of city business to attend to tonight, and we have thus limited the number of speakers we have allowed in consideration of your time. As you listen to the various speakers tonight, I urge you to keep in mind that the Richmond Firefighters Local 188 spoke resoundingly 71-4 in favor of the removal of the fire chief. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, I have Naomi Williams on the line. Naomi, are you ready to speak? Naomi?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have a minute.
Yes.
You have a minute to speak. You may go ahead.
I'm here.
Go ahead. You have a minute to speak. Naomi?
Well, since you have already turned down street sweeping for the neighborhood, I suggest you should be fair with the rest of Richmond neighbors. We are requesting that you stop giving council issuing tickets on street sweeping day for the rest of Richmond neighborhoods. And until you stop playing your political party game. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and get my next caller on the line. Just a second.
Sorry, do you have another caller ready?
I don't right now.
Okay, I'd like to go ahead and read the comments that were summary of the comments that were received before 3 p.m. today for open forum. We received one comment stated that the city buildings need to be reopened, encourage the city council to invite Andy Katz to make a presentation regarding the need for a hospital in West County, and also urge the council to have the agenda and rules and public safety committees revised. We received one comment regarding the purchase of property by Bart, 14th Street in Pennsylvania and Building neighborhood regarding the purchase of that property, requesting contact information for BART representative to explain the acquisition of the property. Also, the seniors in Belding Woods neighborhood would like the council to know that the tax increases such as water, sewer, property, school, and other taxes are forcing them to choose between paying their mortgage or sewer, and it's too much. They would like to know if there is any relief assistance for seniors and or the disabled. We received two comments expressing disapproval with the Fire Chief Adrian Shepard. The fire department needs a leader who will work alongside the staff to progress the department, not one who is using his position as a stepping stone to the next step in his career. Please support your firefighters and support a letter of no confidence. And we also have one other comment I can read. Bear with me here while I find it real quickly. Almost there. This comment is from Alex Mazowit. Dear City Council, it is difficult to understand why the people of Richmond should pay for this repair, as there is no clear data, and this is actually with regard to item G8 that is still on the consent calendar. There is no clear information on the history of all expenses already made in the name of our wastewater system. It seems clear to me that there is an urgent need for an audit of Veolia's spending. Throughout the years, it has had a contract with the City of Richmond and audit on its work expenses and performance. I am so glad to learn that this is proposed in item G8, which I wholeheartedly support. G9, excuse me. In addition, I urge the City Council to explore all possible options that can prevent Richmond residents and property owners from being held financially responsible for bad management and maintenance of their public sewer system, as it has been performed in the past, and unfortunately, unless it is carefully monitored from now on, will continue onward. The people of Richmond should not be held responsible for problems they did not generate. As you know, we are already heavily taxed and our utility bills increase on a yearly basis at a higher rate than our wages. Your time, the time is up for that comment. Jaswar, do you have any additional callers? Jaswara, do you have any callers ready for us at this time?
I do. I have Lorenzo Tiscareno on the line. Lorenzo, you have 1 minute to speak. You may go ahead. Lorenzo?
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. You have a minute to speak.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. To the city council members, to the mayor, members of the Richmond community attending this meeting, I'm calling to support the vote of no confidence for the fire chief of the Richmond Fire Department, Adrian Shepard. I've been a member of the Richmond Fire Department for 7 years. I'm currently an engineer. I love this place. I always have. My dad retired here. He did 30 years here. I've come and grown to know these guys, and I've never seen the morale so low. And in a leader, we need someone to lead from the front, to do what they say they're going to do. I believe we got our first member, or our first email to the members. I didn't even recognize the email, and it was the email of our own fire chief. That's not leading by example. You city council members are trusted with running the city. We trust you. We follow you. I'm challenging all of you to realize what's going on tonight. 24 or more
Your term is expired.
firefighters are called.
Next, I have Jason Flom on the line. Jason?
Hello, my name is Jason Flaum, Secretary Treasurer, Local 188.
The current state of the police fire dispatch is deplorable and is creating a dangerous environment for Richmond firefighters and the residents. Since adding the Mark 43 vendor, fire dispatch has been thrown back to 1950s tech. The fire chief failed to attend a single planning meeting with PD to develop the computer-aided dispatch system. Dispatchers now use a paper map to determine the closest units to send for emergencies. A modern fire dispatch center offers automated vehicle location to send the closest units. Additionally, state and federally mandated incident reports are glitched or lost altogether because they do not sync with Mark 43. The dispatch center has zero respect for the fire chief and scoffs at his attempts to adopt policy changes. He has negotiated to leave Richmond Fire Dispatch Center to move to Confire. He has misled the dispatch manager and city manager by showing them text messages from me that purport that 188 supports this move. I still have the other half of the conversation if you want to see.
Time has expired.
Next,
And
have
I just want to check, you guys hear me clearly or is it still an echo?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Am I clear?
There's still an echo.
Okay, thank you.
Jafar, do you have another caller on the line?
I do. I have Dane Petit on the line. Dane, you have a minute to speak. You may go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Dane Poteet, and I'm a proud servant to the residents of Richmond for the 25 years of Richmond Firefighters Local 188. Tonight, I'd like to speak to you about Fire Chief Shepard's violations of Contra Costa County EMS Measure H contract for several years, which puts in jeopardy over $200,000 in annual funding. The contract states that the fire department shall establish both critical incident stress debriefing and ongoing stress reduction plan for its personnel. Chief Shepard has failed to do that. The contract also states that fire departments shall participate in improving dispatch services for EMS. Chief Shepard has failed to do that. The contract further states that fire departments shall provide technology compatible with other EMS agencies. Chief Shepard has failed to do that. Instead of using the same technology as other fire agencies in the county, Chief directed firefighters to violate national HIPAA laws by putting out communication number 1819, which details how to keep, transfer, and store paper notes for easy access. The chief also refused to use those medical funds to purchase life-saving CPR devices due to cost. That violates basic human decency in putting a price on a human life. Chief Shepard
Time has
has
expired.
is
Your
not
time
fit
has
to lead the
expired.
Richmond
Thank
Fire
you.
Department.
Next, I have Jeff Cosins on the line. Jeff, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have a minute. You may go ahead and start.
Okay. Hi, my name's Jeff Cousins. I've worked for the Richmond Fire Department for the last 21 years. I'm going to start off with the fact that the morale at the fire department is at an all-time low. Besides the morale being lower, yes, lower than the 2004 layoffs in which we lost 18 firefighters, I would like to talk about a serious issue that is being neglected by Chief Adrian Shepard, and that is PTSD. In September, the California legislature unanimously passed a state bill 542, which was promptly signed by Gavin Newsom. SB 542 contains a presumption for first responders who have developed PTSD as a result of their job. With that said, there are several firefighters in the city of Richmond who are suffering from PTSD. Every PTSD claim has been denied by the Richmond Fire Department. And this is ridiculous.
Your time has expired.
Being withheld.
Thank you.
And
Next, I have Aaron Perez on the line. Aaron, are you ready to speak?
I am.
You have a minute. You may go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Perez. I work for the Richmond Fire Department. I'm a veteran fire engineer. I was hired in 1995. Firstly, I'd like to say my almost 25 years working for the city and watching and attending city council meetings, I take joy with the new changing faces of the city council. This council is now starting to reflect the people of the community that I've proudly served. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that being said, I stand in support of a no confidence vote of our fire chief, Chief Shepard. I'm in support of this vote because his tenure as a fire chief, countless attempts have been made to address the issues specific to the women of this fire department. We've received no dialogue, no support, and no policy pertaining to any or all issues regarding women. If past performance is an indicator of future success, this fire chief will continue to flounder. It is time to have equality for all members of the Richmond Fire Department, and under his leadership, we will not
Time has
regress.
expired.
We as the department deserve more.
I will try to reach out to a few more callers right now.
Okay, bear with us for just one moment while she tries to queue up a couple of more callers, please.
Mute. Okay, just want to check. Better?
Much better.
Thank you.
Sound like yourself again.
I have to use my own equipment. Okay. While we're waiting for some callers, I need to make a correction on the agenda review. Let's see, I made a mistake and removed item G8, but it should be item G11.
Okay, we'll make that correction. That's removing from the consent calendar, right?
Right, to be discussed at the end of the agenda.
Okay, all right. What are we waiting on now?
We have callers and we are trying to contact them right now.
Okay.
We don't have any more comments to read. So we're just going through the callers that wanted to make their own public comments. Jessward, do you have any callers on the line?
I do. I have 3 on the line. I have Rick Vargas. Rick, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, you have a minute to speak. You may go ahead.
Hello, my name is Rick Vargas. I am a captain for the Richmond Fire Department, and I've been a member of the Richmond Fire Department for 29 years. And it's been my honor to serve this and represent the city of Richmond. I've been on the executive board for Local 188 for 25 years, and I'm president of the Bomberos. I've gone through 6 fire chiefs and several interim chiefs. That being said, I can't remember when this department has been so disconnected from its fire chief. When Shepard first got here 5 years ago, he repeatedly compared us to a smaller version of Oakland. He clearly had no idea of the pride or history of Richmond. So much that he constantly applied elsewhere to leave. Richmond was always just a stepping stone for somewhere else to go. As president of Los Bomberos, we had a good working relationship with Human Resources Director, and we were able to be involved in recruitment and entry-level testing for firefighters trying to make the fair process flawless. This was one of his first changes. We were also excluded in this process. His overgraduation program that took years to develop and saved thousands of teenagers across the country stopped because of a few hours of overtime on the day of the event, not counting the countless hours of donated time to ensure the success of this important program. He has not reached out to Los Bomberos to truly connect the Latin community. The last 3 chiefs have gone out of their way to be inclusive. Chief Shepard has not. Around 4 years ago, I changed stations from Hilltop to Station 63 on Valley View.
Your time has expired.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Next, I have Mike Parker on the line. Mike, are you ready to speak?
Yes,
Okay, you have a minute. You may go ahead.
thank you. I stand with the protesters against the institutional racism and the special protection of the police that says it's okay for cops to murder Black people unless someone happens to film them in the act, and that it's all right that people of color bear the brunt of the COVID-19 virus and then bear the brunt of the economic depression, joblessness, and homelessness that will result. Richmond's not free from this institutionalized racism. It can be seen in the special protection to the police, which covered up its role in the killing of Petty Perez and the Celeste Guap case, and getting rid of the police officers who objected. It can be seen in the objections of our mayor and others to strengthening the Community Police Review Commission. The institutionalized racism is also evident in the current budgeting process, which places a priority for funding the police department instead of the services needed by the most vulnerable in our community and services that could actually make Richmond safer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Joshua Tate on the line. Joshua, are you ready to speak?
Yes.
Okay, you have a minute. You may go ahead and start.
Good evening. My name is Joshua Tate. I'm a fire engineer for the City of Richmond Fire Department and a member of Local 188 for 7 years. I'm calling in support of the vote of no confidence for the fire chief. I'm extremely proud to be born and raised in the Richmond San Pablo area. I have many family and friends who live in the city and surrounding areas. Richmond is a city filled with pride, history, and true grit. The residents and firefighters have always reflected the true values of this city, no matter the cost. We have been through good times, and we have been through hard times. But we always stood together, ready to respond, excited to be here with deep care and compassion for our city. It breaks my heart that this amazing city and department does not have a leader who shares that passion or values of our city. Coming from a firefighter, a son, a husband, and a father whose lives are directly affected by the lack of support of our fire chief, I urge you from the bottom of my heart to take in all the facts and information presented to you today and make a well-informed and educated decision. Our city, our fire department, and most importantly, our residents' lives depend on it.
Time is expired.
Time is expired. Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and go get some more people on the line if you'll give me a second.
We just need a second to contact more callers. Joshua, are you ready with any callers?
I have two. I'm trying to reach one more person. I have Jeremy Booth on the line. Jeremy, you have a minute to speak. You may go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jeremy Booth. I'm a fire captain with the Richmond Fire Department. And I've obviously been for 14 years. Calling it to vote of no confidence. And I make this call with a heavy heart. I'd rather not be here. But as a captain, I have a duty and responsibility to ensure the safety and well-being of my crew, and I extend to all of my colleagues. My duty compels me to speak out on behalf and to support my brothers and sisters. Our organization has suffered from a lack of leadership under Chief Shepherd. Our ability to best serve the citizens depends on all of us trusting each other to be there when we're needed the most. Sadly, along with the vast majority of my brothers and sisters have lost faith in our leadership.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I can't understand what he's saying, and I don't think it's fair for us to sit here and pretend that we do understand him.
Give me just a second. Let me speak to him.
I believe he should have his time started over again.
Okay. Give me just a second. Go ahead and go ahead. Yes. Go ahead and start. Can you guys hear?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear now?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Just go ahead.
Do you want to try to call back so we have a better connection? Can you hear me?
I'm getting that people can hear you.
We can hear you okay. Just speak up and let's move on.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Booth. I'm a fire captain with the Richmond Fire Department. I've served proudly in Richmond for nearly 14 years. Calling in support of our vote of no confidence in Chief Shepherd. I'd rather not be here. I make this call with a heavy heart, but as a captain, I have a duty and responsibility to ensure the safety and well-being of my crew, and that extends to all of my colleagues. My duty compels me to speak out on behalf of my brothers and sisters. And our organization has suffered greatly from a lack of leadership and vision under Chief Shepherd. Our ability to best serve the citizens of Richmond depends on all of us trusting each other to be there when we're needed the most. Sadly, I, along with a vast majority of my colleagues, have lost faith in our leadership. And the Chief has demonstrated consistently that his long-term vision is always more focused on his next job opportunity, rather than moving our department forward or taking care of his people. I recognize he has an extremely challenging job, but I also see the real-world impact of this void of vision and leadership. The tone set at the top. No matter what we're given, I've seen that the commitment and determination of my colleagues to always provide professional, confident, and compassionate service to our community, every hour, every day without fail.
Expired.
Time has expired. Thank you.
Our consent.
Next, I have Robin Poindexter on the line. Robin, you have a minute to speak. You can go ahead.
Okay, am I on now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm Robin Poindexter, retired Deputy Fire Marshal of Richmond Fire Department after 3 proud decades of service. I worked under 7 fire chiefs, but Chief Shepherd's abuse of power, lack of power and ethics are unbecoming of a chief officer. This is the second vote of no confidence has brought against him. The first was presented by Councilmember Javanka Beckles. In July 2016, Mr. Shepherd verbally harassed Councilmember Beckles at a city council meeting as he read from the paper. Council said they never heard such condescending words expressed toward a council member. On a separate occasion, I witnessed Chief Shepherd physically threaten Fire Inspector Rod Woods. I saw Chief Shepherd ball up his fist and asked Inspector Woods if he wanted to fight. An investigation was completed, no actions taken. I've seen him show nepotism given by a female civilian employee, several promotions, a treadmill for her office, and pay raises of $38,000 in less than more than firefighters that risk their lives every day. He also took the rank of acting fire marshal, but he didn't have any technical background or fire prevention experience. This put the residents and the community in danger. The future Richmond Fire Department Chief Shepherd is low morale.
Time
No
has expired. Thank you. Next, I have Mark Lucero on the line. Mark, are you ready to speak?
I am.
Okay, you have a minute. You may go ahead and start.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Mark Lucero, and I'm calling in support of the letter of no confidence that's been placed before you by Local 188. My support of that letter is based on my own personal experience as a former fire captain with the city of Richmond with 32 years of experience. Like Shepherd, I came from the outside. I've worked for 3 fire departments and 8 fire chiefs, and I can tell you the citizens of Richmond deserve a fire chief that believes in that city and believes in the department that he leads. As a fire chief, you are entrusted with leadership, responsibilities, and he should use that position to set an example of respect, dignity, and professionalism at all times, not a contrary one like he has of humiliation, fear, and degradation in a hostile work environment. The fire department is one of the most deeply esteemed and well-regarded institutions of the community. It should be led by someone who believes in this 100%, not someone whose improper, inexcusable behavior has betrayed the standards and trust and honor of the department in this great city. I stand in favor of the letter of no confidence. The chief's actions support the reasons for this letter of no confidence. Those actions are well documented by the fire department, the police department, and the city of Richmond.
Time has expired. Thank you. We'll go ahead and get the next few callers on the line.
What are we doing?
We're calling callers. We had 31 callers today.
How many do you have left?
Let's see. Maybe about 10.
All right.
Guess what? Do you have any callers on the line?
I do. I have Jim Hansen on the line. Jim, you have a minute to speak. Are you ready?
Let me turn down the sound real quick.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Jim Hansen, Richmond. This is addressed to the mayor. Mayor, we've had some problems for several weeks now hearing the meetings. They've been cutting in and out. And you are certainly somebody who gets things done. So I'm going to ask you directly if you could look into this and see if it could be repaired or fixed. I know, and I've attended other public meetings where they use Zoom directly, and members of the public can call in and actually be seen and speak and be unmuted and then muted and so forth. So it can be done, and we hope to participate and look forward to this getting resolved. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I have Terry Harris on the line. Terry, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
My name is Terry Harris, retired fire marshal, City of Richmond. I'm in support of local 188 letter of no confidence for Fire Chief Adrian Shepard. During my tenure, Chief Shepard asked me to engage in unethical business practices on 2 separate occasions, to overlook major fire code violations for support funding for a new fire station. The amount I was told to actually business developer was $400,000. I consider this extortion, in my personal opinion. The whole concept of pressuring a housing developer for funding in order to have their violations overlooked. Afterwards, I then told the fire chief that this was unethical and that I would not be making that call to that developer. Afterwards, Chief Shepard made every effort to retire me. Chief Shepard does not deserve to wear the Richmond Fire Department patch, and that I have proudly wore for 29 years. In conclusion, I'm in support of Local 188 letter of no confidence for Fire Chief Adrian Shepard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Jermaine Gomez on the line. Jermaine, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I am. Could you hear me?
Yeah, you have a minute. You can go ahead and start.
All right, thank you. Good evening, City Mayor, City Manager, and members of the council. My name is Jermaine Gomez, Vice President of Local 188 Firefighters. As you've all heard, President of Local 188 speak on behalf of the vote of no confidence and the lack of leadership, the Fire Chief Adrian Shepard. I want to keep this current with the issues that are going on now. As you all know, the city has been met by protesters protesting and looting the city. As of today, at 4:49 p.m., we received our first email on the communication for the civil unrest procedures and policies that the fire department should follow. This should have been given to us at least several days, if not a week ago. Once again, the chief is being reactive and not proactive. This is a lack of leadership. As I read through this communication, most of this communication was copy and paste from various departments around the city and even the state, as far as LA City and LA County.
Time is expired.
Time is expired. Thank you. 7 callers left. I'm going to go ahead and get a hold of a few more people.
Okay, Jesua is contacting more callers. Just where are you ready with any callers?
I'm in the middle of getting a hold of one, but I have two. You give me a second.
Okay.
I have Anthony Woodward's on the line. Anthony, you have a minute to speak. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Anthony Woodwards. I'm a captain of the Richmond Fire Department and member of the Black Professional Firefighters Association. But more important than my title, I was born and raised in Richmond, attended Verde Elementary, Helms Junior High, graduated from DeAndre. My family is spread across the city of Richmond from North Richmond Central to South Richmond. I am supporting the vote of no confidence for Fire Chief Adrian Shepard from a different perspective. There are cities across America burning down due to looters and rioters taking over cities. Last night, we had one of our fire companies committed to an incident that occurred in Hilltop with no guidance from our fire chief. At 4:49 today, our fire chief finally sent out an email addressing civil unrest procedures. This is day 8. On day 8, we just received a communication from our leader. This is not acceptable. We are not prepared to protect this community. Our fire chief, our leader, our visionary should be protecting the members of this fire department and the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Nick Jackalone on the line. Nick, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have a minute. You may go ahead and start.
Good evening, City Manager, Mayor Butt, and City Council members, Local 188 brothers and sisters. My name is Nick Jackalone. I proudly served the citizens of Richmond as a firefighter for 31 and a half years, from 1987 to 2019. I'm calling to support Local 188's decision to vote no confidence in the Fire Chief, Adrian Shepard. Throughout my career, firefighters are responding to horrendous calls. In 2014, I was diagnosed with PTSD under the Fire Chief Michael Banks. I was taken care of immensely, very well by the city of Richmond. I recovered, came back to work as quick as I could. Since Chief Shepard has been in the fire service for Richmond, I know of 5 individuals that have put in injury reports for PTSD, and they have been denied. Some over 2 years, and they're still fighting to get help. This is something that can't be put up with any longer. There's also been calls that firefighters have been on that have witnessed people getting hit on the freeway. When CHP was on scene also, those CHP officers were taken out of service immediately and gotten the help that they needed. Our firefighters had to go back in service.
I think your time has expired. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next, I have Ben Faulkner on the line. Ben, are you ready to speak?
Yes.
Okay, you have a minute. You may go ahead and start.
Ben Faulkner, member of Local 188 Richmond Firefighters. The priority that Richmond Firefighters has been and continues to be our service and effective response to the residents of the city of Richmond. This should be evident at every level. For the past 5 years, there's been a consistent lack of support and leadership from the fire chief. Equipment needs, training, and programs in this department have been routinely cut and neglected, including the Richmond Youth Academy. It focuses on training and recruiting young residents of Richmond with our fire department. The only area we've seen heavily invested into is with the report writing overseer position that other departments do in-house for a fraction of the cost. It is despite and not because of the fire chief that Richmond firefighters continue to serve the community as best we can. I support Local 188's vote of no confidence for the fire chief. I recognize there are current and pressing issues that the city is facing. I thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. I have 4 more callers to get a hold of. I'll go ahead and reach out to them right now.
So we still have 4 more callers. And Just Where is reaching out to them right now.
At some point, Madam Clerk, would you review the consent calendar items?
Sure. I can do that now while we wait. The consent calendar items, item G6 is continued to June 16th. Item G10 and G11 have been removed from the consent calendar to be discussed at the end of the agenda.
I wanted G19 also removed.
Joshua, are you ready?
Reaching my last caller. Give me a second. Awesome. I have Sean McComb on the line. Sean, you have 1 minute to speak. You may go ahead and start.
Good evening. My name is Sean McComb. I'm a 22-year veteran, proud member of the Richmond Fire Department. I'm calling you tonight to talk about post-traumatic stress injuries. Several members, including myself, are suffering from PTSD. Throughout my career, I've been in several calls that affected me. I wish my mind would forget what my eyes have seen. Things that nobody should see, that we only have to see because of the work we do. As a stipulation of Measure H Fund, Contra Costa County, the fire chief is required to provide critical incident stress management program that acts as debriefing traumatic calls. This service diffuses stress and is the first step to taking care of his first responders. The chief has made no efforts to establish this vital employee resource. When confronted about his failure to implement it, he deferred the service to Contra Costa Fire District, although they have never agreed to provide critical incident stress management. We are not getting the help we need to have received zero support from this fire chief. The PTSD injuries are far too common as a result of helping people on their worst days. Most people deal with this one day at a time. We deal with countless numbers of injuries. Critical incident stress management programs help to take care of your firefighters.
Time is expired.
Time has expired. Thank you. Next, I have Don Gosney on the line. Don, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have a minute.
Good evening.
You may go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening to you all. I'm very concerned about an emergency declaration for a curfew that started tonight when it wasn't announced to the public until 7:06, 66 minutes after it started. Why wasn't the media alerted? Why wasn't there a Nixle announcement? Let's not forget that just a few days ago, it was a curfew violation in Atlanta that was used as justification for the police to stop a car occupied by two college students, to smash a window, to tase both occupants before dragging them from the car and arresting them. If we tell the good people of Richmond that the county curfew starts at 8 p.m., why would they even think that Richmond would have their own curfew started 2 hours earlier? This reminds me of Animal House's double secret probation, where you don't even learn about it until after it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Tarnell Abbott on the line. Tarnell, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have a minute. You may go ahead and start.
I have my name is Tarnell Abbott. I'm a Richmond resident. I have relatives who are now or have been in uniform. They are armed and sworn to uphold the Constitution. Richmond Police Department, if you are ordered to shoot into a crowd, remember that is your mother, brother, sister, daughter, son you are shooting at. I am quoting from an open letter from veterans to recently activated National Guard troops. This applies to Richmond PD. Quote, as your neighbors fill the streets demanding the justice this country promised them, your command is undoubtedly telling you that you're being activated in service to your community. And yet it is your community members who fill the streets, while your commander-in-chief tweets about using you to murder people over something as insignificant as property damage. You took an oath to defend the country from enemies, foreign and domestic. Are Black protesters the enemy of this country? Today, you have to decide whether you are loyal to the values you swore to uphold or to the commanders who would order you to turn on your neighbors.
Time is expired.
Time is expired. Thank you. And that was my last caller.
That was our last caller for open forum.
Okay, let's move on to the next item, the consent calendar, right?
Yes, approval of the consent calendar. And just as a reminder, item G6 was continued to June 16th. Item G11, G10, and G19 was removed from the consent calendar and moved to the end of the agenda. Do we have a
I'll move
motion to approve?
approval of the remainder.
Okay, got a
Second.
motion from Mark, a second from Johnson.
Johnson. Mhm.
Call roll, please.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
You're muted.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Okay, next on the agenda is the first emergency item. And that is to, let's see. Second.
I thought
That
we
is
were gonna
item,
move, I thought we were gonna move the emergency items to the end of the agenda.
the two emergency items.
I thought somebody asked that we put the budget session item right after, right after the
The motion, Mr. Mayor, was to put the emergency items on after public comment.
Actually, there was no motion. So what happened is we didn't discuss this at all. We discussed the urgency item related to the budget. And you're right that that's already next if we don't do anything, but we didn't discuss it. And, you know, I'm fine with if someone wants to make a motion to do all the urgency items right now. I'm fine with that, but we didn't discuss.
So the urgency items were to go at the end of the agenda.
normally they go to the end of the agenda. If somebody wants to make a motion to move them up, then
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we hear the urgency items after the budget hearing, and that the budget urgency item be heard after we hear staff's budget presentation.
Okay, is there a second?
Sure, that's, I mean, you don't need to say the budget piece because that's already in there, but yeah, I'll second that.
Sorry for the redundancy.
Yeah.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Bates.
Yes.
Councilmember Choi.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
No.
Councilmember Myrick.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Councilmember Martinez and Mayor Butt voting no. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is the budget. Under budget session is item H1.
No, I thought, oh, wait a minute. I thought you were gonna put this.
The emergency, so the urgency items will be next.
The urgency items will follow the budget.
Oh, right, I'm sorry, you're right. That is what the vote was.
Okay.
All right, okay, let's do the budget. So
Item 1 is to approve staff recommendations on additional cost savings, receive budget balance options, and provide direction to staff on which options to implement and/or on modifications to the options to bring back to the City Council during a special City Council meeting on June 9th, 2020.
So normally we would start off with the staff report and we'd have a staff presentation, but we've agreed to let the unions make their presentation first. So whoever's in charge of that, go for
it. Good evening, Mayor, council members, City Manager Sneidman. This is Sean Stahlbaum from IFPT Local 21. Appreciate the opportunity to address you and the members of the public tonight regarding City of Richmond's budget. I'm going to share a presentation on the screen here. Hopefully everybody can see that. Okay. All right. So we're presenting tonight on various actions that we're proposing to address the 2020-2021 budget deficit for City of Richmond. This presentation was prepared by a coalition of City of Richmond employee unions, including IAAF, Local 188, IFPT Local 21, Richmond Police Officers Association, SEIU Local 1021, and the Richmond Police Management Association. In terms of the current budget gap, the 2021 Richmond budget shortfall is structural, and it existed before COVID-19 appeared in China. We want to, let alone in California, we want to emphasize that we understand the goal here is to not only achieve a balanced budget for fiscal year 2021 and also close the remainder of the deficit for fiscal year 1920, but achieve structurally balanced budgets for the City of Richmond moving forward. And we believe that all of that can be accomplished. And so our proposals are geared to show how, and our recommendations for how to accomplish that. We're asking that the City Council take bold steps and bold action to achieve a balanced budget with no impacts to current service levels. The public services of Richmond have been under-resourced and understaffed for many years, for far too long. Additional service cuts would be detrimental to the community and to Richmond workers who are already at capacity doing more with less. To close the projected budget gap for fiscal year 2021, city departments must work to eliminate, reduce, and defer planned expenditures beyond what city staff are currently recommending. So we're asking you to find more savings in the general operating bucket, which you'll see in the city staff's presentation, so that we can avoid cuts in labor, services, or layoffs. To achieve structurally balanced budgets moving forward, we're also encouraging and asking to enact changes on the revenue side of the ledger, not the service delivery side of the ledger. And we believe this is feasible, and we're going to offer our ideas in this presentation for how to improve city revenues moving forward as well. Want to make clear that we understand that the council has an immediate challenge before it of closing the fiscal year 1920 and 2021 budget deficits, and that's got to be done now. Revenues won't help with that. But what revenues will help with is closing the budget, achieving a structurally balanced budget moving forward. And so our proposal is to do this in steps and take immediate action now on closing the gap so we can buy time to help fix the structural imbalances that exist in the budget by raising revenue. Some of the actions that we're proposing to address the current deficit, and I want to give a shout out to the city staff who have been working hard on the ad hoc committee and also internally on trying to identify areas of savings so far that total more than $15 million for fiscal year 2021, as well as achieving significant progress in closing the fiscal year 1920 deficit, which was originally 7 million and is now down to 2 million. Many of the ideas that you'll see here tonight are not new. They're part of the joint effort and come from the list of budget balancing strategies that city staff and union representatives work together on the ad hoc committee. So some of the ideas include temporary vacancy savings and a hard hiring freeze, postponing capital investments through operating revenue, finding more departmental savings in meal, travel, and conference expenditures, and reducing the city's insurance reserves. Additionally, our plan would be that as new revenue comes online next year and the state and federal assistance is identified, which we'll talk about, that some of the deferrals that we're suggesting can be unlocked on an as-needed basis based on the city's priorities. I want to also point out the pie chart in the bottom right-hand corner. You'll see the deficit there of 29.5 million. And as we go through the presentation, we'll see how we can shrink that deficit and eliminate it. First, the vacancy savings. The biggest point of contention between Labor's recommendations for closing the budget gap and city staff is we are asking for a hard hiring freeze. The city should not be hiring more staff while imposing service cuts and layoffs of city workers. We're asking for a hard freeze with exceptions for emergency needs only. And our recommendation would be that a policy be adopted so that departments would have to request emergency hiring through the city manager, and then the city manager would have to report that to the council for final approval during the budget year. This would allow us to maximize the hiring freeze savings we can achieve in the budget during these extraordinary times due to the impacts that COVID-19 has had on the budget and the slowdown in economic activity. On the vacancy savings side, I should point out as well that this number, the 9.8 million, has increased slightly. It's now closer to 11 million based on the city's latest vacancy report. We did also identify in the city's budget 2 areas of vacancy savings in non-general fund departments. One of those areas of savings is $656,000 in Richmond Housing Authority. Another is $133,000 of vacancy potential savings in the port that could be reimbursed or refunded back to the city's general fund that would achieve even more potential savings in the budget. We understand, though, some concerns that we've heard already about the Housing Authority's current status and whether that's feasible with the Housing Authority. But we wanted to point out these potential opportunities to create more savings. In terms of capital projects, the major one is this IT desktop and infrastructure refresh. There's a potential for savings of $4.3 million by delaying the purchase of new computers for city staff and new equipment. The city staff is already recommending rather than completely deferring this, a lease for this project that would save $3.3 million in the budget this year, and that would extend the costs for this project out over 5 years to help achieve budget savings. Again, our initial recommendation was to defer this project, if at all possible, for a year. It needs to be done. We all recognize that it needs to be done. Does it absolutely have to be done this year, or can we achieve the full amount of savings through it? Reducing insurance reserves, there's potential to save another $3 million by reducing the insurance reserves to a 70% confidence level for workers' comp allocations. The city staff have recommended this as well, and our understanding is that the council has already adopted this recommendation to help close the budget deficit. One area where we can achieve more savings, and the city staff are recommending some significant savings in this area already, is postponing vehicle and equipment replacement in 3 large departments: Department of Public Works, Police, and Fire. As you will note, the total for this adds up to more than $4 million of potential savings in vehicle equipment replacement in those 3 departments. The city staff have been making progress, and I noticed on the city staff report tonight that there are some more recommendations for savings in this area. We're asking everyone to consider that the purchase of new vehicles now, any purchase of it, means 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 employees' jobs, and it means cuts to services that residents rely on. Now's not the time to be purchasing new equipment and vehicles unless it's absolutely necessary. So we're asking to try to achieve the full savings out of these budget categories. Also, we're suggesting that the city postpone its citywide compensation study that's valued at $250,000. The city unions have asked for this study for years. Local 21 has helped lead that request. But the city is not in a position to take corrective action with respect to the wage inequities that exist in the city. And to conduct the study now may leave you with results that you can't act on, that the city can't act on for 2 years down the road. And by that time, you may need to study again because the market's constantly changing for the work that employees do. We don't think it's a wise expenditure to spend on a compensation study now. We would ask that that be delayed this budget year. Let's achieve that savings. Also, there's some potential savings from the hiring freeze in recruitment costs that we've included in HR there, about $30,000 worth, and potential savings with the outside labor negotiations contract as well, hoping that we can achieve a collaborative solution to the budget and not have a need for significant labor negotiations once we get a solution. Also, postponing or eliminating department furniture replacement, various IT equipment, and a duplicative camera item for the police department. We have combed through the department budgets and believe that we can find an additional $5.3 million in departmental savings. Notice that the IT project of $4.3 million is included in this bucket. So as you'll see in the pie chart, we've only increased the potential savings here from this category by $5 million, not the $9,794,000 that you see, because we've included the 4.3 already in savings. Just want to make sure that that redundancy was pointed out and we've already accounted for it. And again, this is also, well, I'll move on. Also, we have agreed and the unions offered to eliminate the 1% that was in the city's budget for this coming fiscal year for a cost of living adjustment increase for the city's employees. As you all know, the city's general employees have not had a cost of living increase in 5 years, but the city's in a very difficult budget situation. And we know that we can't request cost of living adjustments for another budgetary year. We've got to get Richmond's problem solved. And so we've agreed to eliminate that from the budget for next fiscal year to achieve another $1.3 million in savings. Other identified general fund items that came out of the ad hoc committee are the credit card processing fees, festivals, campaign matching funds, and ECIA transfers totaling $815,000, which it's our understanding these items have already been adopted by your council as part of the savings. A modest use of reserves is recommended to close out the remainder of the gap. And virtually, the point we would make here is that virtually all state and local agencies in the country are spending down their reserves right now, many below their policy targets due to the coronavirus economic shock that public agencies are experiencing because of the slowdown in the economy. If ever there was a time to spend some rainy day funds, this is it. It's pouring now. It's time to spend a modest, reasonable amount of these reserves to help close this budget deficit. By the recommendations we've made for aggressive action in achieving these savings through the general operating expenses in this presentation, we've gotten it to where $4,200,000 of your reserves could be spent down to close the remainder of the gap. We want to point out that the current year, fiscal year 1920 deficit is now projected to be $2 million, down from a $7 million deficit before. And it was anticipated that reserves were going to need to close part of that out. Therefore, spending $4 million now of the city's reserves in that context will actually leave us in a better position, $1 million higher of reserves than projected or presented and adopted under item H1 from the May 26th previous city council meeting. So, and additionally, the ad hoc budget committee has just reported yesterday in a discussion of the vacancy report that they could realize an additional $2 million in savings from a hiring freeze, further increasing the position of the city's reserves potentially, or the money available to help close this budget gap. So taking all of that into account, we believe that the spending down of this modest, reasonable amount of the reserves would make sense, be prudent, and accomplish closing the budget deficit. Finally, on this subject, we have asked several times, because I know that we know there are concerns about the city's bond rating by spending down reserves. Virtually every state and local government in the United States are spending down their reserves, many below their policy targets. So we have asked if we could get input from the bond agency's representatives or some sort of verification that spending a modest amount that you can to get through this difficult time is going to have the impact that is being stated on the bond ratings. And at this point, I'd ask to turn it over to my colleague from SEIU 1021, Gabriel Holland, who's going to talk about our ideas for revenue once we've, after achieving the balanced budget for fiscal year 2021.
You know we can't hear you, right?
I think, Gabriel, we're having some connection problems. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you go ahead and just keep going?
Yeah. Sorry, Gabriel. So real quickly, to talk about our ideas again to achieve new revenue in the city of Richmond to help us accomplish structurally balanced budgets moving forward after we've bought some time. We are currently there's a coalition of labor and community groups that have been formed and are pursuing 2 local measures at a minimum on the November ballot to help with revenues. They are progressive measures. They're measures that we believe voters would have wide support for. The first is a local progressive business license reform measure. It would provide small business relief and raise approximately $5 to $10 million per year for City of Richmond, depending on how the business license reform is constructed. And it's asking the city's largest businesses to pay a tax on their gross receipts to help those with means to provide more to help cover the cost of city services. The second is a local vacant property tax. This would essentially capture value from land owned by real estate speculators that is sitting vacant and could raise approximately $3 million annually. And the third is a statewide measure, which we have worked very hard and are working to get on the election ballot in November. And the city council has already adopted a resolution in support of, and that is statewide Schools and Communities First initiative, which will be on the November election ballot. It would close the commercial property tax loophole in California and end shady schemes used by corporations to avoid paying their fair share in property taxes. It protects all homeowners and all renters by maintaining all existing tax protections, property tax protections on residential properties. And the measure would reclaim more than $12 billion per year for our local communities, including an estimated $22 million annually for City Richmond that would start to come in as soon as fiscal year 2021-22. But between these measures, we've got potential to raise significant additional revenue for Richmond to help us achieve structurally balanced budgets moving forward. Also to keep in mind, and we know that we can't hang our hats on any of this, but there are other savings potentials as well that everybody should keep in the back of their minds. One is the CARES Act FEMA reimbursement and relief provision, which the city hopefully is aggressively pursuing some form of reimbursement from the state under that act. There's also a second, another relief package act, the HEROES Act in Congress right now, where they're pushing for a stimulus bill that would include potential significant direct aid for local municipal aid. And there's strong potential that something will come out of Congress, not by June, not by the end of the month. Again, we can't hang our hat on this to achieve a balanced budget now, but there is potential that Richmond will be able to pull from these sources. We've also recommended that the city look into refinancing some of its long-term debts, given the current historically low borrowing costs. And in conclusion, again, impacts to current service levels are not required to get through this very difficult budgetary time. The public services of Richmond have been under-resourced and understaffed for too long and can't afford any more cuts. We need to eliminate, reduce, and defer as many expenditures as we can in this year's budget and achieve changes on the revenue side of the ledger, not the service delivery side, to balance the budget. And as new revenue comes online and federal and state county assistance is identified, the above temporary actions, including a responsible spending and rebuilding of reserves, can be unlocked and as needed on an as needed fund and as funded basis. Budget actions can and must be taken, but without direct cuts to services for the community and city staff. The last thing we want to point out is, again, every area of savings that you can achieve now to balance this budget is going to help us save a job. And every job lost at this time, especially good city middle-class jobs, is going to worsen the economic impacts of COVID-19 and going to lengthen the amount of time it takes for our regional economies to recover from the economic shock that we're experiencing from COVID-19. If we have a way to get through this without layoffs and without cutting services that the community depends on, and we do, we're asking you to take bold steps to get us there. Thanks very much for hearing us out and giving us this opportunity to present our proposals for achieving a balanced budget.
So at this time, let's take questions from city council members. Councilmember Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Sean, help me out a little bit here. I don't know if I'm crazy or if maybe you guys made a presentation to me similar to this one about a week and a half ago. And obviously I know that things change. But the presentation you made to me, the revenue number, the reserve number that you were taking was much smaller. It was 1.5 that you were, something like that, you were looking at reserves. Why is it back up in
it's a good question, Councilmember Myrick, and thank you for it. We have had, this is the 7th version of this presentation. Sure. We've been trying to keep it updated as the news about the budget deficits has changed, and it's been kind of a moving target. So we actually, through a combination of our proposals, had gotten down to a point where we would only need to spend $6-8 million of the reserves to close the remaining deficit. But that was before the budget deficit for 2021 jumped from 27.5 million to 29.5. Okay. And so that added some additional dollars. The other thing that added some additional dollars just recently, and these numbers aren't perfect, but we did our best to estimate them close, was that the 1 million we anticipated in savings from things like the canceling of some of the events and the credit card processing fees and other actually reduced to 830 or 815,000, and that took a little bit more off the amount as well. So that bumped us back up to having to request a reserve amount of this. But again, there's more reserves than we had anticipated being available even a week ago. So, and that's an important distinction, because the city has made progress closing the fiscal year 1920 deficit and gotten it down to 2 million. I remember a few weeks ago that the reserve level was about 14.9 million that was being talked about as having available resources potentially for 2021, and that is now a higher number.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you explaining the discrepancy. I still have to reiterate what I said before. A number this high on reserves is not something that I'm going to vote for. But I appreciate that you're working on it, and maybe we'll get to a place that's better. And in line with that, going back to the question about not IT, but the other purchases that you were suggesting, about 3 million of savings. I just want to go back to that number.
Is it possible to, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So I just want to lift up, council member, that on the reserve question, where we were at for last year was a $7 million deficit, and now it's only 2 million. So an additional $5 million of reserve money is available that was not available even a week ago. So we're actually still, if we did spend that 4 million that Sean suggested, we're still under what we thought we were going to spend even last week of reserve money. So in actuality, we're not actually spending any more money this week than we were last week. Does that make sense?
Who's that?
I do understand it.
I can't, can you take the, can you take the slideshow off and put?
Sure.
Yeah, this is Gabriel from SEIU. In other words, right, as of last week, we were going to spend 7 million in reserve money for last year. Now we're only spending 2. $5 million is suddenly available of reserve money that was not available even last week. And we're actually not even asking for the full 5 million. So I just want to point out that, just to Councilmember Jael's question, we're actually, under our proposal, spending less money on reserve money than was even being spent last week. So it's not clear to me that we're actually spending more, if that makes sense.
No, I understand, and I do appreciate you explaining the difference. I'm still sort of making clear, though, that I want to be very,
I mean, if you're willing to
spend, what's that?
Yeah, if you're willing to spend 7 million last week, you're still spending 7 million. There's no difference between last week and this week.
Well, let's have questions and answers rather than debating. Okay.
Right, exactly. I don't want to debate about it, but yeah, I'm just being clear about that I still want work on that number. But to the other point, the equipment, the savings that you were getting from equipment, non-IT, you sort of listed about, was it about 3 million in addition to the savings we get from the IT that you were suggesting that we can get? So can you just go over some of what that is?
Yeah, well, there were two kind of areas. One is the vehicle equipment replacement. And there are 3 departments where we zeroed in on potential savings. One is at Public Works, one is Fire, one is Police. They're all in the neighborhood of $1 million plus 1.3, 1.4, 1.2 in potential savings. The city staff are recommending some of those savings. We saw in the most recent recommendations that some of the departments have actually, that you're seeing tonight from city staff, are recommending not purchasing some vehicles that they had been afford to achieve a little additional savings. The maximum potential is the over a $4 million amount. And because of the extreme circumstances, we're asking, don't buy new equipment unless what you've got absolutely doesn't work, right? I
agree with that principle. Yeah, I agree with that principle. I just want to understood that. And it's a little weird. I want to ask city staff their opinion on it, but I think they're about to have their own presentation anyway. So I guess I should probably ask it there. But I'm wondering on that one, and of course on the number round, which I think is the biggest savings in your proposal, is the hard hiring freeze. I do want to make sure that we're all in agreement that that's the number that it would be, that if there was a hard hiring freeze when city staff does their presentation. And I'm going to want to hear, what the things are that we need. I want to get as close to that 9.8 number as possible. I think you guys are, I think it's admirable that you guys put that on the table from a labor perspective. And I think we should try to get as close to that number as possible. So I'm going to want to hear from city manager and from those proposals about if we're not close to that number, what are those specific positions that are that important that we still need in there. So,
other questions from council members? Councilmember Bates, is your hand going up, or you just?
Yeah, I wanted to verify if in fact.
I'm sorry.
I want to verify if in fact what they're presenting is a balanced budget. I didn't get that clarity. There are still deficits surrounding this budget that they are presenting.
Yes, Nat, to answer that question, what we just presented, the combination of general operating savings that we identified would get you to, and the spending of reserves at the amount that is in our presentation would get you to a balanced budget for 2020.
29 million?
Yes.
And what is a balance in the reserve once you rate it with $5 million, I think, or $4 million? What's the balance in the reserve?
Well, for us to calculate that, we have to actually know precisely how much reserves are available, which I'm not clear on. But what I do know is that the figure that was mentioned 3 weeks ago was 14.9 million, and the
Sean?
city found additional.
Sean, at yesterday's ad hoc committee meeting, we were told that the reserves were at 19 million, that 2 million was going to be used for last year, which left $17 million in the reserves, assuming that we use 4 million and some change. It's going to be over $12 million left in the reserves after we take the 4 million.
Well, that sounds good.
Well, that's what we were reported to by the city
I
manager.
always felt that we were heavily over as it relates to reserve, although it's always nice to have as much money in the reserve as possible. But 19 million thereabouts or 17 million, that is a significant amount with a budget of 190. So it was almost about 12%, I guess. I thought we made a position that we would try to maintain a 10% a general fund reserve of our general fund. So if it's 200 million, we'd have 20 million, 190 million would be 19, but I don't know. But anyway, that's good news to hear that we still have a significant reserve.
Other questions from council members?
I'd like to hear, I mean, when it's their time, the city manager respond to confirm those numbers around reserves.
You know, I think they're going to go through all that. Why don't we, instead of picking this to death, let's see if we have questions, and then there's going to be a staff presentation, and they'll either address or answer all those questions. Is that okay? Okay. City manager, you want to move ahead?
Sure, thank you. So we have several staff members who are ready to answer questions. Our finance department is going to lead a presentation, and we have all of our department directors ready to address questions at the end, because we expect there will be some. We're trying to bring you a lot of very specific information this evening so that you really can continue the decision-making process that you have started several weeks ago with incremental decisions. So we're asking for 2 major sets of recommendations tonight, and we'll walk you through those. So with that, the finance department will take over the presentation.
Good evening, everybody. This is Belinda Brown. So this evening, we would like for for council to approve the recommendations on additional cost savings that we're going to present. We want to bring you some 4 balancing options. And then we need for our council to provide direction to staff on which options to implement and or any modifications that you may have to what we present this evening. So for our agenda, we're going to go through the additional cost savings. We're going to talk about do a vacancy review. We're going to tell you the total vacancies that we have, what we are suggesting to freeze, which positions to freeze, and then which positions that we're requesting to still fill. We'll also go through 4 balancing proposals, and then we'll talk about next steps. Our budget goals remain the same. It is to work toward a structurally balanced budget, to preserve services to the extent possible, to continue to consider the impacts of COVID-19 on the services, to minimize staff reductions and increase our reserve policy to 15%. That's council's percent. We're currently at 11%, which is $19.5 million. So this shows the cost savings that council approved on the May 26th meeting last week. It shows our deficit for fiscal year 1920, starting at just below 7 million and bringing it down to 3.9 million. For next year, it shows our deficit of 29.5 million and then bringing that down to 15.4 million in savings from last week. For this week, we're going to ask council to approve the savings that we have for this current fiscal year of $1.1 million, which came from a document transfer tax receipt that was above the budget amount that we have. So that should reduce our deficit for the current year and bring that down to just under 2 million. For next fiscal year, we are proposing to freeze an additional 3.1 million in vacancies. We have more reductions to department operating budgets of 300,000. We're proposing to eliminate the replacement of a fire pumper of 795,000, to eliminate a street sweeper of 280,000. We're proposing to move one of the code enforcement officer positions that currently resides under general fund and to move that to planning. To reduce temporary part-time staff under the library and move the books and materials to another funding source that the library has of 236,000 for a total of 4.9. That brings the remaining deficit for next year to 9.2 million. So we received a list of union recommendations. I believe we updated them last week at the ad hoc meeting. We have already instituted a lot of the recommendations that they have that was included in the $15 million from last week. Some of those major items would include vacancy freezes or savings of 6.2 million total. Reducing the IT replacement by 3.3 million, not the full 4.3 that was that's included right now, but reducing that down by 3.3 million. And then also reducing some vehicle replacements by 2.4 and reducing insurance reserves levels to the 70% confidence level. Some of the union recommendations that have not been implemented as of yet would be to reduce our reserve levels. We are not recommending that at this time for various reasons. One being cash flow needs. You need some cash in order to make your payroll, to pay our employees and to make vendor payments. You know, in the past, prior to 2015, we were utilizing short-term borrowing. So we were incurring debt to do a short-term borrowing for cash flow needs because we didn't have enough money to get us to the next, to be able to pay our bills until we receive additional revenues. With the revenue levels that we have now, or the reserves levels that we have now, we have enough cash to float us until we get the majority of our revenues, which mainly comes in December, April, and June. We also have to float grants. Most of our grants that we receive are reimbursable grants, which means you spend the money first, you fill out the paperwork, you submit it, and then you get reimbursed. One of the items was to postpone the compensation study. Some of the reasons why we have not added that would be it's been over 10 years since we had a study. Best practices say that we need to have one done every 3 to 5 years. It will take the firm about a year to complete the whole proposal or the study. And by that time, you know, we're still in negotiations. We'll need that information, supporting information. There's also a need to update our job descriptions. They're outdated. We have a lot of job descriptions that are 30 years old. And it would also help to map the current staff that we have to the most appropriate job description. As far as instituting a hard hiring freeze for all vacancies, I'm going to turn over to Markeisha, and she's going to step through some slides regarding our vacancies.
Good evening, Markeisha Guillory, Finance Department. So here represents the vacancy summary for the vacancies that we've identified to include in the hiring freeze versus those that are being requested to fill. Now, we've been through a number of sessions to review the vacancies, and with each day or each week, we've also identified some recent positions that became vacant. So they've been added to the number. Right now, vacancies total $10.9 million. As far as the hiring freeze, for the positions that we've identified, those are $6.2 million of estimated savings. For those positions requested to be filled, they total $4.7 million for a total of $10.9 million. So over the next few slides, we will provide the details that make up those numbers. So for non-sworn vacancies marked for the hiring freeze, it includes a number of positions in the finance department, the library, community services, and also the city manager's office. It also includes a number of positions in the public works department and several positions in the police department. So not total non-sworn for a hiring freeze equals 3.4 million. And then these are the sworn vacancies that are marked for the hiring freeze. So it includes both police officers, police captain, lieutenant classifications, and then also 2 positions in the fire department. So that equates to 2.8 million for frozen positions, and then a grand total of $6.2 million in positions that have been included on the list for a hiring freeze. Now, for those positions that are requested to be filled, again, it includes non-sworn in the city attorney's office, finance, public works, city manager's office, and also the new transportation department. It should be noted that the position of environmental manager in the city manager's office is partially funded by the ECIA. And then the management analyst 2 in the transportation department is a term position and is fully grant funded.
Markeisha, can you talk about public works and why the amount is lower for the position amount, the savings?
Sure, thank you. So for public works, the positions listed here are current vacancies, and the department is requesting to promote several or 3 staff into those positions who are currently in lower positions, and they would not be backfilling those lower positions. And then here are the non-sworn vacancies in the police department. And the total vacancies requested to be filled equal 1.8 million. And then these are the sworn vacancies requested to be filled. So 8 police officers and 4 police sergeants for a total of 2.9 million. And then the grand total for all vacancies requested to be filled is 4.7 million. And these are included in the additional cost savings identified earlier. It should also be noted that most of the sworn overtime in both the police and fire departments are mostly attributable to injury leave, backfill, to vacancies, and then also for time off backfill. And with that, we've been able to capture that in the vacancy savings that remain on the books. So we've been able to absorb some of those overages in the overtime categories by vacancy savings.
Yeah, also to add to this particular slide, for the fire department, they have been averaging 4 to 5 injuries, carrying that in their department. They have, I think, currently 2 vacancies. And then for, as Markeisha said, for the backfill time off, which includes vacation, sick, and comp time, just for this year alone, year to date, the fire department has spent 47% on covering vacations and sick and comp time. For their injuries, they've spent, to cover those positions, they have spent 42% of their budget on injury, covering injury leaves. So we just want to notate the amount or percentages that they have to cover. For the police department, their injury leaves average about 14 to 15 people. personnel or officers. And then their vacancy as of today, they're carrying 20 vacant positions. So it just kind of goes to show you where their overtime is going and for the reasons that they have it. I know that some of the freezes do include police officer vacancies. I know the chief has done a little bit of restructuring in the department to hopefully cover some of the holes that we have to make the overtime to help reduce some of the overtime.
Okay, this is Antonio Banuelos. Good evening. So there's still many unknown factors that may further impact the fiscal year 2021 budget. There's still much uncertainty, especially on the revenue side. Due to COVID-19, we will have some version of shelter in place and social distancing for a while. There will be an effect on local businesses. We really don't know when we will get back to normal or even what that new normal is. Many businesses will be impacted for a long time. For property taxes, the forecast assumes that we will remain fairly flat. We might have an issue down the road if the number of property sales or the sale prices drop. And just to add to that uncertainty, due to the county assessor's office being deemed non-essential in April, the county does not expect to have the assessment roll letter to the various cities in early July. This is a report to tell us the level of property taxes for the upcoming year. The county expects that report will not be available until mid-August. Additionally, just based on various published reports referencing issues at Chevron on the global level, such as potential layoffs, decreased demand of oil products, lower price of crude oil, the question is how will the local refinery be impacted? That impact could potentially affect the city revenues such as property taxes, utility user tax, sales tax. And Chevron accounts for over 25% of the general fund revenue for the city of Richmond. A lot of questions still out there.
So our fiscal challenges remain the same, and these are basically things that we need to do to achieve a structurally balanced budget, things that we still need to be looking at and considering. Next slide, Nikisha. So now we're going to go into the budget balancing proposals. There are some key differences between the proposals. As you see below in this chart, we have 4 proposals. Proposal A having the highest number of staff reductions of 76, going through to proposal D being 0 staff reductions. Start with proposal A, Markeisha. Every proposal has bucket 1 remains the same through each of the proposals. And so I'm just going to go over proposal, the bucket one time. It includes the staff recommendations from last week of 15.4 million. And then it also includes our recommendations to further reduce the budget, which would bring it down to a total reduction of 20.3 million. Proposal A assumes that there are no accommodations for meet and confer items with the bargaining groups. So that puts everything down to bucket 3, which would be staff reductions. And on this particular proposal, it's showing 76 non-sworn employees with an average cost of $152,000 to reduce the remaining deficit. It also includes estimated payouts or a placeholder for estimated payouts. Each union has something different in their MOU for layoffs. So we have to put in a number for that or buffer for that. And then also whatever time an employee may have on their books from vacation that they would have to be paid out in addition to that. So looking at proposal A, 76 non-sworn, it doesn't affect the sworn staff reductions. And this would give this a balanced budget. Proposal B has the same items in bucket 1, but in bucket 2, it does consider some meet and confer items with the bargaining units. It proposes that SEIU 1021 would start contributing to both OPEB and medical, to bring it up to their counterparts of Local 21 of what they're paying in executive management. It proposes eliminating the professional development for 1 year for $280,000. It also has 24 furlough days, which is 1 day per pay period or 2 days per month for $2.5 million. It proposes that RPOA 188 and RPMA relinquish their 1% COLA, and that's $533,000. It eliminates the car allowances, and it assumes that the fire stations will have brownouts. We currently have 7 fire stations, but we have 8 companies. So in one of the fire stations, we have 2 companies existing in that one house. This would assume that for a brownout, this would assume that we would close 1 firehouse. And then that extra company would basically, those employees would still exist. They wouldn't be laid off. However, instead of running one of the stations like they normally would, they would be used to backfill for some of the other stations for vacation or sick payoff or injury leave. This would be a meet and confer item because as it stands right now, that would violate their MOU minimum staffing. There's also something called rolling brownouts, which would mean instead of just closing one particular firehouse, it would rotate between the different communities. Bucket 3 assumes 35 non-sworn reductions, staff reductions, and that would give it a balanced budget for proposal B. Moving on to proposal C, again, bucket.
I can't see bucket 3 on my screen. I just see the top 20 non-sworn. Can you elevate it up where we can see it?
Is it possible to scroll that up a little bit, Markeisha?
Yeah.
Can you make it bigger and then
well, I don't know if the other
show bucket 1?
I can see part of it. I can't see any of it.
I see less now. I see less now. But also, I think you also just moved to proposal C quicker, and we were still talking about proposal B, so that might have been some of the confusion. But I guess you can kind of see.
Can everybody see it? I can't see it.
I can see it.
I cannot see the bottom.
Yeah, I can make it a little smaller. There you go. Perfect.
Can everybody see that?
No, I can't. I see bucket 3, the first line, 20 non-sworn cost. But beyond that, I can't see anything.
Okay, well, let me just walk you through this one. So for proposal C, bucket 2 is still, it still assumes that SEIU would make their contributions for OPEB medical.
We've seen that. I'm looking at bucket 3.
Well,
staff reduction. We've gone over that.
Bucket 2 is a little bit different on proposal C than it was on B.
All right.
So it assumes SEIU would make the contributions toward OPEB and medical. It also eliminates the professional development for a year. It still has the 24 furlough days. And then it gives sworn furlough equivalencies of 8%. And then also that the sworn units would give up their 1% COLA increase and to eliminate the car allowances. And for this one to complete the budget deficit, it would then also include 20 non-sworn reductions. And that would balance the budget looking at proposal C. So for the last proposal, proposal D, bucket 2, I think the major difference here would be This would increase the furlough days to 36 furlough days, which equates to about a 13.5% reduction. And then sworn furlough equivalencies would be about 12.5%. And then also sworn would also give up their 1% COLA increase and to eliminate the car allowances. This proposal would not have any staff reductions to balance the budget.
Well,
are you ready for questions, staff? I'm sorry. I see you got next steps.
Okay, so really quickly, the next slide, it just shows your budget calendar that we did review last week. But for today, the next step would include, let's go to the next slide, Markeisha. The next step would include council approving additional cost savings that staff is recommending of 1.1 million for current fiscal year, and then almost 4.9 million for fiscal year 2021. We would also need council direction on which options to implement or what would you like to modify. And then staff would bring back an update on your next meeting on June 9th. We can take your questions.
Okay, can we put the slides away and let's get back to the main screen, please? Thank you. Questions from council members? Councilman Martinez.
Yeah, if I'm correct, you gave this to us just a little bit before we had the meeting, correct? The options? I didn't actually see the options until I was in the office. So how long have we had to look at these options?
I believe it was mailed to you, I don't know, was it 3 o'clock?
Right. Okay. So it would have been helpful if you had have highlighted the similarities and the differences between the options, because looking at them, you know, it's really hard to pick one over the other because I don't know how they compare or contrast. And honestly, I haven't had enough time to do that comparison and to know what the differences are and how they balance out between each other.
Oh. Hi, this is LaShonda, Acting Deputy City Manager for Internal Services. We unfortunately were not able to get you the PowerPoint presentation and the items earlier. We definitely try and do our best to get them to you as early as possible, but we are always trying to make sure the numbers are you know, as good as they can be before we present that information. On slide 23, there is a high level analysis of the differences between the proposals, if that helps, Councilmember Martinez.
Could I see slide 23 so that I can?
Sure, and conceptually what you will see as they pull that information up is it really has to do with the amount of accommodations that we are able to work with during the meet and confer process. So obviously the meet and confer process becomes important to reducing the number of staff reductions we'd have to consider.
Okay, so my question would be, why do you have the particular mix and match that you made? What's the logic behind it, other than balancing numbers? Because well, it has to be more than just balancing numbers.
Well, we actually tried to show a range of options, and that is why we're looking for feedback tonight, because you all have full discretion to work through any of these and make modifications as you want. There's so many different permutations that we wanted to start somewhere. That's why we're calling them packages of options. And we are happy to make modifications based on different interests that you have.
Well, I guess what I'm driving at is that you have 4 options here: A, B, C, and D, and the permutations could be countless. And to pick one and to start altering it as opposed to another and starting to alter it, is I don't know. It just seems like much more immense than just setting down the different possibilities and having this decide on which ones are effective. For instance, I would very much go for a hard freeze. I didn't see that as an option in A, B, C, and D.
Go for a what?
A hard freeze.
Yeah, let me jump in here a minute, because this is the second or third time I've seen all these, and the same way for the 2 other council members on the budget ad hoc committee. At the end of the day, this all comes down to 2 policy decisions by the city council. If you're looking at the union proposal and you're looking at the city's proposal, there's only 2 differences. The unions want to do a complete hard freeze, and that's worth $4 or $5 million. And they want to spend $4+ million in reserves. And if you do that, I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying, if the city council decided to go with those two policy decisions, then we would essentially adopt the union proposal for the budget. None of the staff proposals include spending any reserves, and they keep $4 or $5 million of salary freeze positions unfrozen. That's it, folks. That's all you got to decide. If you get into the other details, you're just going to get lost. Those are the 2 policy decisions the city council has to make. And
actually, there's permutations between those 2.
Not really. That's the big picture.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I want to express frustration. We're dealing with $170+ million budget. We get reports 2 or 3 hours before the dawn meeting. This is totally unacceptable. If you think this council is intelligent enough to peruse through all of this information, in fact, I haven't even perused through it because I was out and I didn't even know the done budget was being presented at the late the 11th hour. So I haven't seen anything. And if you think I'm going to vote on anything tonight, you're sadly mistaken. This council has to take time to observe, digest, and review the budget as presented. And 2 hours or 3 hours before the council meeting is not sufficient time. Now, some of you may be quite smart and a lot smarter than I am, maybe, and you can rush through it and you can say, oh yeah, I'm ready to go with this or that. I'm not in that position. I want to know in detail. And I suggest that this council take what the staff has presented, have a special meeting Thursday or Friday, and go over this thing after we've had an opportunity to digest it. I'm not accustomed to a rubber stamping a budget without a complete review.
Okay, other questions from council members?
Yeah.
Councilmember Mark.
So I thank you for the presentation, and it's good to see the labor presentation back to back with the official staff presentation, so we can see those discrepancies. I actually do agree with the mayor that the big difference here. I mean, again, I agree with Eduardo too. There's different permutations of it, and there could be different ways of going about it, and there's all sorts of gray area. But the big difference here is that hiring freeze and the reserves. But I'm putting the reserves on another conversation, because I think we should be avoiding them using them entirely But let's talk about the hiring freeze specifically. And this is the first time that we've got to sort of see some of those details, and I appreciate that. But what's very interesting is actually staff's number. If we did a hard hiring freeze, staff is saying we'd save even more than labor sent. It's 10 million, not 9.8. It's 10 point something based on this proposal. So that's interesting to see. Now, when you went over the positions that where the difference lies, right? Where that 4 million or whatever that difference is between labor's proposal and the official proposal, it looks like there's the city attorney. Obviously, we have to hire a city attorney. We have to have a full, so I get that one. There was one that had to do with payroll. I get that one as well. There were a couple where it was clear that there's other, there's grant funding or there's ECIA funding. I get all those. But then there were some other ones that it really wasn't clear why they have to be, some other non-sworn ones that where it really wasn't clear why we have to fill those positions this year. And then on top of that, of course, there were 8 sworn, I think it was rank and file sworn positions, and then 4 sergeant positions, correct, in the police department. So my guess is that that's where a big chunk of that money, because I know how high police officer pay is, a big chunk of that money, of that difference comes from that. Is that correct?
That's correct. We also have department directors. If you would like us to go through all of those positions that are recommended to be filled, we can go through those in more detail. Department directors are ready to share information.
I would, because in my view, I think we should start with labor's number. In fact, frankly, now that I know it's really 10 million, I think we should start with 10 million, and we should be clear, any number lower than that of savings that we're getting on the hiring freeze, it needs to be clear why. Again, I get we need somebody to do the payroll. I get we need a city attorney. I get that we need, certain things. But some of those things, it wasn't clear why, and when we're looking at proposals, and multiple of the proposals we looked at are talking about laying off dozens of non-sworn personnel. The lowest number was 20. I mean, there's one with 0 if we get everything we want in negotiations, in bargaining, that is. But when you're talking about 20, 35, 70 plus non-sworn people being laid off, that's a huge hit to say, for us to agree to take, just so that we can hire 8 sworn positions, and 4 sergeants.
So Mayor, would you like us to go through that list again in a little bit more detail?
I would.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I'm ready to walk away until we have an opportunity to review. Now, maybe all you council members have reviewed the latest report that's submitted to the council. I have not. Until we have a special meeting to take a look at the whole budget process, I'm not ready to nitpick and micromanage this and that position at this time. And I think we're just wasting time. We got a lot of important items on the agenda. And I suggest that we move this to another meeting where we can, after we have read and reviewed the presentation that they sent out, at 2 or 3 o'clock, I don't know what time, and then move the agenda and get rid of some of the very important issues that are on the agenda. That's my position. And if you don't want to do that, I'm going to go to bed.
Well, Vice Mayor, for years, you've been complaining that we don't have a finance committee, and that one of the values of a finance committee would be to go into detail with items and then make recommendations to city council. So finally succumbing to your insistence, I appointed an ad hoc budget committee to work on this. And we've been working with staff on it, and staff has come up with some recommendations. You're making the exact argument I made against the finance committee, and that is, at the end of the day, all council members want to have an opportunity to go through everything in great detail. And so it gets redundant. And So we can do that. I just want to point out another thing. We have exactly 28 days to adopt a budget. We have technically we have 4 meetings because one of them is on the last day of June, but practically speaking, we need to know where we're going with our budget a few days before that. So we've only got about 3 meetings left to deal with this, and we're really running out of time. I do agree with you on that. We're running out of time, and I think part of that, a lot of that's due to the fact that this COVID-19 thing hit us. We never knew it was coming, and everybody's been playing catch up trying to deal with the budget deficit. But we don't have time to keep kicking this can down the road.
Yeah, but Tom, how many people have read you and your committee may have been up to date, but how many of the other council members have read the report that was submitted today at 2 or 3 o'clock? How many?
Well, you made my point. That's why I don't like having finance committees. But I'm just trying to be helpful. I'm just telling you.
I
I'm telling
understand.
you that the only difference between all these proposals is $4 or $5 million in frozen positions and $4 or $5 million in spending the reserves, and that's the decision the council's going to have to make. If we don't spend the reserve, and I'm not advocating it, if we don't spend the reserves down and we don't take out the rest of those frozen positions, then we've either got to do layoffs or we got to have some major concessions from the unions.
One last point, and I'm going to keep quiet. I don't like the manipulation of staff. For an example, we have a budget for police and fire with overtime. There was a report that just indicated that they're about 42% of the expenditure of that. So there is money left in that reserve. No one is telling us how much money is left in the reserve. That amounts, I think, police got 3 or 4 million and the fire got 2 or 3 million. There must be $2 or $3 million of money unspent in the overtime. Why don't you apply that to the deficit?
Can somebody answer that? I heard those figures too, and I didn't understand what you were talking about.
So when we went over the overtime slide, and I was just trying to make a point of the overtime, where the most overtime is being spent for public safety. And it happens to be under or trying to backfill for injuries that they have, as well as vacation and sick and comp payout. The percentages I was given were
Go ahead.
So the percentage I was giving for fire, it had to do of their total budget that they're spending. So there is no savings under either one of their budgets. I mean,
you're saying that the total fire budget includes 43% of it is overtime. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying 43% of fire's overtime budget is being spent on backfilling for injuries that they have.
Oh, okay.
57% is.
So you don't have, so neither fire nor police has a lot of unspent overtime budget money, right?
Yeah. It's actually, yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
It's actually the opposite, because think about it.
Yeah,
this
they're
way.
actually
If
spending more.
If we have a hard hiring freeze, we have more overtime. So the usefulness of the hard freeze gets less useful.
Actually, that's not true. If we have a hard hiring freeze, we're not hiring any people, which means that we're not. Which means that we only have more overtime if we lose people. But if we have the same number of people, we have the same amount of overtime. I don't see how we have more overtime with the same number of people.
The police department has several vacancies right now, and they have to fill those.
Right, and we're paying for overtime for those positions right now. And we're paying for overtime for those positions right now.
So that is what
I'd like to talk in dollars and cents instead of innuendos. Tell me what is the budget for the police department overtime What is the budget for the fire overtime? How much have they spent? And is there any balance? Give me some figures and not innuendos.
The fire department's overtime budget is 2.5 million.
2.5.
It's 2.5. As of May 23rd, they have spent 3.2 million in overtime. The police budget is budgeted at 3.4 million. To date, they've spent 4.7 million in overtime.
Well, that's good. That's good figures to understand. So they are overspending their budget. And that's the responsibility of both chiefs to hold the budget down. You can't spend money that you don't have. That's the whole idea. So someone's got to be more prudent and supervise and do the job.
So there's two factors. There's two factors that are not in the control of either chief. One is having to backfill when there are workers' comp injuries. We have an extremely high use of workers' comp here, more so than in other cities. So therefore, we're spending more in overtime to backfill when those folks are out. The second thing that they don't have any control over, particularly in the police department, is where this comes into play, is that because of the high number of vacancies, we are having this higher than budgeted use of overtime. If we fill some of those vacancies, those overtime spending will go down.
Well, that's good. That's good information to hear. Now we're making some sense.
So some of the savings that you have from the vacant positions, they're using that budget for their overtime.
Councilmember Willis. Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, real briefly, I mean, this may be a dumb question, but is there any way we can get more discipline on how much we're spending on overtime? Because even before this deficit, this has been an issue that has been happening for years. And I mean, if we can be more disciplined in how staff is spending their time out in the field, again, I know things are unpredictable, but how can we rein that in more? Because this has been an issue for years. And if we can address our overtime issue, that might have saved us a lot of headache. Like, can anything be done about that in general? And also to follow up on what happened on the previous budget presentation, the labor unions had mentioned something about us refinancing some of our bond debt. And is there any feasibility around that? And if so, how much could that help us this year in our budget deficit?
So let's do the second question first. And Belinda, would you like to address refinancing?
So for refinancing, there are certain times when we are able to refinance some of the debt that we have. This current year, we're trying to refinance two different bonds. However, with the market, the bond market, the rates have been increasing. So the savings that we had hoped to gain has decreased significantly. So working with bond counsel and our bond team, we're still evaluating whether or not we'll be able to do those refinancings.
And then if the chiefs could please come on and address overtime, that would be helpful.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, Fire Chief Adrian Shepard. Regarding the overtime, I had several meetings with the finance director to discuss this either in person or on the phone. And there's very little we can do as far as controlling some of the overtime. Obviously, baked into the budget is vacations. There is sick leave. Obviously, we're dealing with such things as COVID or something like that. Members have to go off for an extended period of time because they may have been exposed. We had at least 3 members in that regard. Some of the things that are not being captured, and I'm sure the finance director will speak more on that if necessary, is sometimes there is a spike in overtime because we do have deployments out of state, or excuse me, out of county. And when we do that, it takes a while for us to actually get the money back. And when the money does come back, it's not reflected in our overtime. It just goes back into the general fund. But I did want to point out that the overtime that we have right now is historically a little bit lower than what it's been when we account for all the COLAs between 2013, 2016. When we do a comparative, that rate would be about a $4.7 million. So we're actually working down the overtime, if you will. Again, there are injuries. Firefighting is a very difficult job. It's rough and tumble. We have a very aggressive fire department. Our members do get injured, and it takes quite some time for them actually to recover and get back. And we try to engineer as much injury opportunities out of the job, but unfortunately, injuries are going to occur. So I think, and the financial director could correct me if I speak out of turn here, but where we are with our overtime budget, we think that it was artificially low. And that's why we requested an additional $200,000, only because we want to be honest with you as far as what the numbers should be. And with that, hopefully I've answered your question, or I will certainly answer any other questions that you do have regarding overtime.
So just one quick recap on what Chief Shepherd said. There are some offsetting revenues that come in for the fire department regarding strike teams, as he said. However, they come into a revenue stream, so they're not offsetting the actual overtime line. So you don't see it net against that. It comes into a different area. And like he said, for his strike team reimbursements, sometimes it could be up to 2 years before he's reimbursed. So something may have happened 2 years ago. We won't see a reimbursement, until 2 years later.
And then I think Chief French would like to address overtime in her department.
Sure. So as I've talked about for a little while now, the police department has had major staffing issues for quite some time now. We lost a slew of officers to other departments last year, and we've been significantly understaffed for quite a while. So with that, we also have mandatory staffing requirements per MOU agreement. And so when somebody is out on injury, vacation, or whatever they're out for, we have to fill those beats with an officer on overtime. Now, at the end of last year, we realized that, well, first of all, the officers were getting burnt out from working so much overtime because of our staffing issues. So we did restructure the police department last year so that we had more officers in patrol to answer calls for service. And it actually did lessen the amount it has this year, started to lessen the amount of overtime that we're using in terms of backfill patrol. Now we've had some anomalies this year. We had a major gang operation that we did this year that caused a high number of overtime hours to be used. And that's because we took officers from other areas to put them in patrol. So now we don't have those extra officers in different positions that we had before that would normally focus on these gang activities and stuff like that. So we had to use officers on patrol, on overtime to work on some of those special assignments. We have depended on the salary savings from the vacancies that we've had to fill in the gaps from of going to our overtime rate. And normally we're able to, or from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Brown, we have been able to stay within our overtime budget as well as those salary savings in terms of the amount of money that we're actually using.
That's correct. So between your salary savings, then yes, you've been within your
Could I ask the chief, what's your professional recommendation versus freeze versus hiring additional officers?
Well, I've asked that we hire at least 8 officers. The problem with freezing all of the police officer positions is that it takes so long to hire a police officer. It takes at least 6 months to go through the hiring process. And then if they have to go through the academy, that's another 6 months. And then another 6 months of training once they come onto the police department. So if we go into a hiring freeze and we don't hire anybody for at least a year, that means as officers continue to leave, and we do have we're expecting to lose a lot of officers in the next few years due to retirement. And we still have officers leaving for other departments. So as these officers continue to leave, we won't have officers to bring behind them. So the overtime will be for many more years until we can actually start hiring again and get people up and running and on solo patrol so they're not in training.
And as a reminder, as part of the presentation tonight, the police department is recommending freezing a number of sworn positions, but there is an additional portion that they need to move forward in hiring.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Mayor, you're muted.
I have a question.
Other questions from council members?
Yes, I have a question concerning vehicles. It's my understanding that that police and fire, their vehicles are not part of their budget, but that their vehicle maintenance and purchasing comes out of the general fund. So it's real hard to have a sense of department finances when it's spread out in other areas. Can I ask why we don't have the accountability of having vehicles maintenance and purchases be part of the department's finances?
So if it was needed for a department, it is included in their budget. It's under a different string. However, the vehicles are purchased by the Public Works Department. Equipment for the fleet. They control all of the vehicles for the fleet. So they actually make the purchases, but there is funding that is accounted for within the budget. So if police is going to make a purchase of some vehicles, that is included in their budget, just under a different line. And that money is transferred to Public Works to make the purchase.
So it's transferred from general fund to the police department.
So the police department resides within the general fund.
And it's in the cost pool category for vehicle replacement.
Okay, but how do we monitor the amounts that are spent by each department through the cost pool? You know, for instance, if there's a wreck, you know, how do we know what department is responsible for that damage? And
Public Works has records.
Right, but what about me as a council member? Do I have to go to Public Works and say, how much have you spent on the fire department or how much have you spent on the police department in order to understand exactly how much was spent by that department? Or is there some budget, someplace in the budget that says this much money was allotted to the fire department for vehicles, and this amount was spent?
So it is included in their budgets, and as Markeisha mentioned, is under the cost recovery. The cost pool, the cost pool line. So it is identified vehicles under that line.
So that amount is identified, and there's a particular number that's allotted to each department, or does it just happen however they need it?
Public Works lets us know. They keep a record of which vehicles need to be replaced.
Right, but what I'm asking is there a particular number for each department that they're held accountable for, or is that number amorphous and it can be as big as necessary or as small as necessary?
So there's a fleet replacement schedule. However, based on budgetary constraints, a lot of those vehicles are not replaced in the time that they have passed, I guess, their useful life for that, based on the budget issues that we've had. So we do rely on Public Works for the fleet division to let us know which vehicles we need to purchase on an annual basis, because we don't have a set aside fund for all of our vehicles to just be replaced at the time that they should be.
Okay, so
they can't overspend.
So what I'm hearing from you is that there is no accountability for the amount of money that's spent by each department. It just depends.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Well, then what are you saying? Because that's what I'm hearing.
So we can't we can't overspend on vehicles. We absolutely know how much is in the budget for which department, for which vehicles. It's not just even a total amount. It's car A is going to be replaced in 3 years and car C is going to be replaced in 6 years. So it is fairly scientific. in terms of the schedule as to which vehicle would be replaced at what time. And we know we have estimates as to how much different vehicles in different categories should cost. And then we always do a competitive bid when we actually go to purchase them. For many years in Richmond, we have not even spent to what's been budgeted, because it's been one of the sources, the one-time source of funds that we have pulled from, delayed those vehicle purchases that were planned to try and use that money to plug holes.
Okay, so if car A has 3 years and it was wrecked, then it's just gone. There's no replacement of it. Is that what you're saying?
Is that so, Yoder? If there's a wrecked car, how do we deal with that?
Well, it is per se is gone until there is funding for the replacement. But for that year, yeah, it's gone. We don't have any reserve to replace any car that is, unless it got hit by somebody with insurance and they pay the car to the city, then we recover the money pretty soon per se, and we go and order the replacement. That's the only time that we replace it kind of timely. Otherwise, you just go back to the budget process to replace that vehicle.
Okay, so those so the cost pool numbers for each department can be found in the budget.
We can pull a schedule for you. Yeah, we can pull together whatever information you want in whatever format you want about cars.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have other questions? I don't see any hands up. Do we have public speakers?
We have a total of 29 speakers, 23 comments to read, and 6 speakers that would like to give their own comments. Each speaker will be allowed up to 2 minutes. We are going to go to the only 6 callers for this item.
Okay, we better get started.
Yes.
I have Brianna Costello on the line. Brianna, you have 2 minutes to speak. You may go ahead.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for taking my call tonight. My name is Brianna Costello. I am a co-owner of IBX Fitness, which is a group fitness program that operates out of the Booker T. Anderson Community Center in Richmond. I'm calling regarding one of the potential budget balancing strategies for the current and next fiscal year, specifically the cancellation of recreation activities through the rest of 2020. I wanted to express my concern that if the strategy is implemented, our program would no longer have a physical space to hold classes when shelter in place is lifted, and it could negatively affect all the youth programs that are held in the BTA Community Center, along with the jobs they provide for the staff. I do understand there are financial concerns. However, I think it's very important to not only keep the Booker T. Anderson Community Center open, but all the Richmond Community Centers open as well, in order to keep all these programs up and running once the shelter in place is lifted. They do help provide a great sense of camaraderie for all the participants, much needed morale boost in such uncertain times, a healthy and safe outlet for the kids involved, and also jobs for all the coaches and staff who are key in keeping these programs functioning. I ask that you please consider keeping these community centers open. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Ian Burnham on the line. Ian, you have 2 minutes to speak. You may go ahead.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ian Burnham. I am the co-owner and head instructor for IBX Fitness, a group fitness and personal training program that operates out of the Booker T. Anderson Community Center in Richmond as an independent contractor. I'm calling over a concern regarding one of the potential budget balancing strategies for the current and next fiscal years, which would involve cancellation of recreation activities through December 2020. By reducing the hours and or services of community center programs, I would no longer have a physical location to hold my program. And while I'm more than happy to comply with safety and health orders from the county, the complete loss of our physical location for the rest of the year or longer would severely impact both the community and my business for the worse, with the loss of not only our recreation programs for children and adults, but the jobs of many of our community center employees. And while this cut would severely impact my business, as I outlined to you last week, I also want to highlight some of the people of BTA who would be affected. Kenneth Daniel has diligently been there to keep the center open for us and locking up for us after hours and on the weekends. I love seeing his happy demeanor and smiling face every week, and it was great to learn about his own exercise routine and what he was doing to stay healthy. Jose Tirado was one of the people who filled in when Kenny couldn't make it, and was also incredibly responsive and cooperative in making sure we had a clean and safe space to hold class. Other part-time staff have also been at BTA to help IBX out, and we couldn't do this without all of them. This all would not be possible without the help of Maurice Range and Tete Kissa, who have been instrumental in helping IBX get started at BTA and who have been nothing but supportive of our program since the beginning. We are incredibly grateful to them and the help they've provided us. I see the hard work the BTA staff puts in every day for the youth and adults who utilize the community center. And it greatly saddens me that these folks will no longer be able to help provide a safe, health-focused, morale-boosting environment. While I understand there's a deficit, there needs to be another way to obtain money than by cutting jobs and reducing hours and wages from employees who provide nothing but exceptional service. This is not just at BTA, but for all the community centers as well. And so I urge you to look for another place in the budget that does not disrupt these jobs. This is bigger than my business, as it's the lives and income of these people who have been affected. I urge you to think about these people first before making a decision that's potential to upturn their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Tarnell Abbott on the line. Tarnell, you have 2 minutes to speak. You may go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry, I can't figure out how to mute this. I can't read it. Okay, sorry. Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. You need to reduce pay at the top salaries. Make progressive salary cuts for those who make $75,000 a year and above. Use your reserves, freeze positions. As you look at the budget, I want you to remember how you learned what numbers meant. Remember how you learned to read. Chances are you learned from a teacher, a librarian, a book. The great Frederick Douglass said, quote, "Once you have learned to read, you will be forever free," end quote. Last year, funding for the library was $7 million compared to the police department budget of $78 million. I'm not very good at math, but even I can see there is a problem with the allocation of resources. Your budget decision in slide number 7 to move books and materials budget to library fund is a shell game by another name. We need books, databases, story time, summer reading programs, broadcast on KCRT. We need branches for kids who have no way to get to the main library. Do not lay off part-time staff who are the least paid. Do not close the branches. You need to reduce pay at the top salaries. Make progressive salary cuts for those who make $75,000 a year and above. Save the libraries, save recreation, do the right thing by this community. There is no point in just having administrators and losing our services. Do not have the pain fall on this community among the lowest paid workers. That is a disservice to the entire community, and it adds to the pain. Lead by example, cut from the top. Take your furloughs at the top level, take pay cuts at the top level. This city needs our service workers. No cuts for SEIU 1021. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Henriette Lenson on the line. Henriette, you have 2 minutes to speak. You may go ahead. Henriette. We'll come back to her. Next, I have Claudia Jimenez on the line. Claudia, are you there? Hello? Yeah, Claudia, you have 2 minutes to speak. You may go ahead. If you can mute the TV.
Top level. This city needs our service.
Claudia?
SEIU.
Claudia?
Thank you.
Next, I have Henriette Lenson on the line. Move to the next caller. Miss Sandy?
A lot of static.
Miss Sandy?
I'm here.
Yeah, you have 2 minutes to speak. You may go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You can go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you can go
Hello?
ahead. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can go ahead. You have 2 minutes to speak.
I cannot hear you.
You can go
Ms.
ahead.
Dandy, you can speak.
Hear me? Okay. Good evening. Thank you for allowing my comment. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Here. With the blessing of Vice Mayor Anthony Atkins. Yes, back.
Okay, I think her phone is cutting out. Give me just a second.
Just Ward, can you go to the next caller, please?
Yeah.
Okay, I have Claudia Jimenez on the line. Claudia, you have 2 minutes to speak. You may go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Claudia Jimenez, a Richmond resident. Today, you have another opportunity to vote your values. As you are considering balancing the budget, many people in the street are protesting because another precious Black life was taken by the police in America. I think this is a great opportunity for all of you to show your leadership and consider to support our community and start proposing how we can move funds from a punishment system to a more restorative system. You are here considering things like closing or reducing staff in the public library and reducing other vital services, and this is unacceptable. The idea that the city is considering to close public libraries is sending another message to our community that we do not deserve better. We are proud of having the public library, and this is a public space in Richmond. SEIU 1021 and Local 20 have been working on a proposal to prevent layoffs and cutting services. You should consider the proposal very seriously. If that proposal is adopted, there won't be layoffs, no mass services reduction, and even though the city will use its reserve, we will be ending the budget year with higher reserves than any time over the last 10 years. We do not need further austerity measures. We need services that support our community in these difficult times. So this is another opportunity you have to vote your values. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Sandy? Give me just 1 second.
Just Ward, do you have another caller?
I'm getting a hold of my last two.
Okay, and then we'll go to a comment.
Our first comment is going to be from, I'm sorry, excuse me. Jose Murillo. My name is Jose Murillo. I'm writing to express my concern around the budget cuts that are considered. At all costs, the city should protect the vital services that we need in my community. I would like my kids to be able to go to the library and to enjoy the parks in Richmond. I know we are in a pandemic and there are great decisions that need to be made in order to see the future. But right now, we must think about services that are sacred. That is code enforcement, traffic safety, and parks. Especially right now, we need to take our kids home. Too many people.
I don't think they can hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Just Ward, do you have a caller?
I do. I have Miss Henriette. Miss Henriette, you have 2 minutes to speak. You may go ahead.
Okay, hello. My name is Henriette Lenson. I'm an active member of the IDX fitness community, and we train at the DTA Community Center. I'm calling in regards to item 10 of the potential budget balancing strategies for this current and next fiscal years. There's a cancellation of recreational activities on the agenda through December 2020. This would cancel my classes at IDX. It would take away from me this opportunity for training with a larger community, staying healthy, reducing stress, but also I believe the community centers are now more important than ever. All community centers, these are places to meet with people, to build better understanding, to be working together with diverse groups of people. So yes, I would like to stress, keep these places open, keep these places active for people to meet. Thank you so much for listening to me and have a good evening.
Thank you. Next, I have Miss Dandy on the line. Miss Dandy, are you ready to speak?
Yes.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You may go ahead and start.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing my comment. With the blessings of Vice Mayor Nat Bates and Gerald Hatchett, at no cost, there will be a peaceful youth rally at Richmond City Library or the parking lot on Friday, May 5th, 2020, from 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. Food and water will be provided. Social distancing will be included. Masks will be provided. We want to let our youth know that there are services and resources available, and we want to hear their concerns. We want to talk to them about what we can do to help save our city library and recreation center, which those are two of the remaining places for our youth to utilize. We want to discuss educational next steps. We want to discuss future resources. We will have register to vote applications available. We want our youth to know that their fears, concerns, and mental health about COVID-19, racism, the riots, vandalism, protests are valid. If there are any children under the age of 20 that would like to speak, please do so. If there are any concerns that you would like to ask about personally, please contact me, Ms. Dandy. Mayor Butt, City Manager, Chief French, and along with everyone else on the council, please keep in mind that our youth are very important and they need to be addressed and not forgotten. I would like you to be there. Do not take from the children what was not taken from you, meaning libraries and the recreation center. Thank you very much and have a great night and stay safe.
Thank you. That was my last comment.
My name is Jose Murillo. I am writing to express my concern around the budget cuts that are considered at all costs. Okay, we're having some problems with my audio. At all costs, the city should protect the vital services that we need in my community. I would like my kids to be able to go to the library and to enjoy the parks in Richmond. I know we are in a pandemic and there are grave decisions that need to be made in order to see a future right now. But right now, we must think about services that are sacred. That is code enforcement, traffic safety, and parks. Especially right now, we need to take our kids for walks to relieve stress that the quarantine is causing to many people. There are wonderful staff members that are intelligent here, and I'm sure they know how to budget, and even more sure that if they budget in their house, they would not take away from their kids and their safety. Please don't take away from ours. Thank you. My name is Brasilia Guzman. I live in Richmond, and I want to express my concern from the city budget decision the city council will be making. I am concerned about services like code enforcement, libraries, parks, and recreation and traffic safety. I think these are essential services that we need, and the people who are city staff in these departments depend on their work for survival in these distressing times. I have no doubt in my mind that this council can work to see if there's another way to fix discrepancies in the budget without having to slash essential services and firing city workers. Please take everything into consideration when making these decisions. Thank you for your time. I suggest the city council, this comment is from Deborah Bayer. I suggest the council consider a progressive wage cut among city employees instead of across the board cuts. If the top 15 workers who made over $300,000 total pay, not including benefits, took a 10% wage cut, the city would save more than $500,000. This is not to say these workers do not deserve their salary, but the part-time library employee or maintenance worker deserves this or her salary too. The wage cut should be temporary and salaries brought back to current status once the financial crisis is over. This type of progressive cut accomplishes these three things. Those who can most afford to lose a little allow those who cannot afford a wage cut to keep their heads above water. It also generates more money. Returning 10% from all who earn a total pay of over $300,000 provides a greater yield to the city than cutting those making under $70,000 by 1% or by furloughing them or by laying them off. City services would also be less affected. The finance department would cost this all about and report back. Thank you. This comment is from Veronica Medina Hernandez. My name is Veronica Medina Hernandez, and I am an ACE member. I want to comment to be read out loud. I do not agree with this council to create budget cuts for our services. I have kids that look forward these days to going out and taking a walk at the park, and we have never been more grateful to take joy in that. I would like to have our libraries functioning so my kids can benefit from it. When I heard that other cuts would be made, like the traffic safety and code enforcement, I was sad because we need to make sure that our streets and our buildings are being kept up and are safe. We make sure that everyone in shelter is keeping safe because we have to. How the city may not take care of us and keep us well and safe. We all want the best for our families, so please do anything to maintain our services running smooth. Thank you so much. Our next comment is from Dina Nelson. We have an important opportunity right now to step up to protect our lower income community members and vital public services. The decisions we are making on this budget are difficult, but I am hopeful that you are eager to ensure the cuts reflect our city's values and vision for shared prosperity. As you negotiate city employee pay, please make any cuts progressive so that the highest paid city employees take the largest percentage cuts, and any city employee making less than $70,000 per year able to keep their full salaries. How can we espouse views about income inequality more broadly if we don't take a simple step like this? In 2018, the Richmond City Council voted to systematically apply a racial equity lens in decision-making. Because households of color are more likely to have lower incomes and less wealth than white households, progressive cuts are imperative through that lens. Please share with us how else you are using a racial equity lens while making your budget decisions. I encourage you to adopt this lens when considering proposal J4 to repeal Richmond fair rent, just cause for eviction and homeowner precaution. It is your burden to prove your consultants that a repeal would not fall hardest on lower income households and households of color. Thank you. Our next comment is from Gabby Mercado, ACE member. I live in the apartments behind Foods Co. I wanted to express my comments for the council. I'm against budget cuts to code enforcement. Traffic safety is very important and our parks need to be preserved now more than ever. My daughter and I would like to still live have safe parks to go for walks. In this time of COVID-19, there is nothing more sad than knowing that our representatives are okay with taking away many services that we need. It's really uncalled for and disgusting. I expect more from you because you make things happen for us and we rely on the decision-making that you all take. Please consider doing everything possible to keep jobs for city workers and keep our services intact. Thank you for your time. Our next comment is from Kate Brighton. By the way of this comment, I am submitting a very earnest plea to please open at least one of the Richmond swimming pools so that people can, like me, with physical issues that make the water a much kinder environment in which the exercise can keep up somewhat of a routine. Please consider that Kennedy Swim Center has a roof that opens, allowing more fresh air and enhanced airflow. Maybe if the roof remains open, it would be a good choice for swimmers. Thank you for your consideration. Hello, council members. This message is from, this comment is from Paul Lordy. Hello, council members, also a member of ACE. My name is Paul Lordy, and I live in Richmond and am an ACE member. I would like to express that taking from the population most in need is shameful and shows the lack of initiative to consider your residents a priority. I ask that you all maintain the funds in the Departments of Parks and Rec, Code Enforcement, and Traffic Safety untouched. There is no other way to show you care about us. Keep the services that we need. There are other options that is up to you all to figure out how to fix the budget in a more humane way. Don't risk more of jobs to workers in our city and don't risk our services. Thank you for your time. The next comment is from Ezekiel Chum. I am an ACE member. Thank you for your time. I would like for you all to know that I have been more aware about what it means to stand up for what is right, and definitely during this time, I ask that this body consider other options to fix our city budget. You can't possibly go to bed at night knowing that you are doing away with vital services that we all need. Probably do some fundraising to keep everything balanced in the budget and not take away from seniors, workers, children, and vulnerable people. Do the right thing. Thank you. Our next comment is from Elizabeth Castro. I'm an ACE member. I live on Bissell Avenue and would like to express my concern for the budget. I have 5 children now with my newborn. I want you all to know that my children are avid City of Richmond volunteers as youth. I have faith that you all want the best for my children and other children from our community. And there is nothing that would be more devastating to know that our parks and traffic safety could possibly be defunded. My children love to clean up as volunteers, and I love to step up when the city has events. I know things are different because of COVID-19, but it's no excuse for taking funding away. We need these funds to be there when we need. Please do not decide to deal with balancing the budget by cutting money from our services and putting jobs on the line. Next comment is from Christina Lorenzana. I am an ACE member and tenant in Richmond. I live on Baird, and I am writing to ask that you do all your best to not shut down services that we depend on. Libraries, parks, and recreation are very important to keep the integrity of our community. How about does it sound that in Richmond, a low-income community is cutting library hours, code enforcement seems already non-existing, parks and recreation are going to be underfunded. It also makes no sense. Please find another way that does not further push our community into more disparity. Thank you. Our next comment is from Martha Pastrano. I've lived on South 30th Street for over 15 years. The conditions of our streets lack attention. Over the years of living on the street, the pavement has deteriorated and multiple potholes now decorate in narrow streets. The back street on Hoffman is notorious for having debris and illegal dumping. We need a budget for code enforcement and traffic safety in order to maintain our streets safe. The city needs to find our sources of revenue to fill the gap in the budget. Cutting our services like code enforcement and traffic safety is not the way to do it. These resources need to stay in the departments to suit our community needs. Also, cutting library hours is not going to fill the gap. Again, not only will it take away from our community, this will negatively affect our city workers by having unnecessary layoffs. Find another way to fill the gap without dipping into local services. Blessings. Our next comment is from Ana Gonzalez, a Richmond resident and parent. We all want safer streets and deserve better libraries. It's important to keep a robust budget for these departments to thrive and for our children to grow. Please do not cut funding to libraries, parks and recreation, code enforcement, and traffic safety departments. Thank you for listening. Our next comment is from Jane Florent. Just today, the State Assembly's Appropriations Committee has been considering AB 1054, a bill to fund grants for community alternatives to policing, especially during crisis or emergencies. As Richmond faces its budget crises, our city can serve as a model for other jurisdictions by reducing the amount it allocates to the police and by increasing rather than cutting vital community services. A safe and healthy city fully supports its libraries, recreational and cultural programs, as well as providing housing, security, and economic opportunity for its residents. At a moment of national reckoning over racism and abuses in policing, and Richmond has had its share, the city must devote more of its precious resources to ensuring public safety through essential services. Don't cut the branch libraries, pools, or other vital centers. Our next comment is from Michael Blixen. I'm writing to urge you to protect Richmond's libraries and its public swimming pools. These are vital, life-enhancing city services that a city like Richmond must continue to make available to its residents. As a senior citizen, I make regular use of the library and the Richmond Plunge. It would be a grave disservice to approve a budget that decimates the libraries of the pools. Please find alternative ways to close the budget deficit that maintain job and services like graduated pay reductions, where the highest paid employees take the largest percentage decrease and lower paid wages are spared any reduction. Thank you. Our next comment is from Michael Parker. I note that all the proposals that the city is making in Meet and Confer Bucket 2 are all unbalanced. Proposal A and B call for large reductions in non-sworn and zero for sworn. Proposals C and D call for greater reductions in non-sworn to sworn. Again, we have the institutional bias in favor of the city. I also oppose across the board furloughs. Furloughs means mainly a reduction in service to the public health with deep sped up of the service providers on the staff. Further, the effective cut in home hurts lower paid staff members much more than higher paid staff members who are more likely to be able to cover the loss in income. Instead, I call on the city to propose to the unions a sliding scale of cuts with no cuts for those who earn $70,000 or less, and progressively greater cuts for those who make higher salaries, and the largest cuts coming from those who make more than $200,000. An offer can be made to each individual whether they want to their cut as a temporary salary reduction or a furlough. Fairness and recognition of equity are required if we are to get through the combination pandemic, budget, economic, and justice crisis we are facing. Our next comment is from Pam Tillo. A budget statement of city's values. To show where our city's values are, here are numbers from last year's budget. Last year, we spent $78 million on policing for library and cultural services, community services, housing, and housing authority, and employment and training combined. We spent less than half of that, around 41%. The city manager and finance department are trying to restructure the budget so it's sustainable going forward. But is it sustainable or wise to continue to spend so much on policing instead of spending in ways that will address underlying problems and injustices? Let's use this unique moment to restructure our budget and to reflect the priorities the comment wants and needs. Let's not cut libraries and community services. Let's invest in ourselves, our people, our children. In the long run, this will help our budget as it helps our city and all its people thrive. Our next comment is from Claudia Jimenez. Actually, she called in. She called, yes. We're going to move on to the next speaker. This one is from Gail Irwis. Good evening. My name is Gail Irwis, and I am a Richmond resident. I thank you for hearing my comments tonight. I appreciate the great, careful work of the City of Richmond Finance Director and staff department managers, labor reps, and all the individual employees participating in the process. And I very much appreciate the transparency you are trying to present in the public through these and other sessions. My primary purpose is to urge you to save our public library, all of it. Staffed books, branches. In these troubled times, cutting such vital services used by every element in our community, the young, the seniors, the housed and unhoused, all income classes, every part of the diverse community that is in our beloved city. Do not take away our libraries. Do not bring that shame to our city. Instead, grow them, lead with them, add volunteer staffing. Consider all that libraries provide and all the more that they could provide. In your presentations, you consider only across the board types of salary reductions and furloughs. I ask you please present another alternative for the City Council to consider. Show us what it would mean if salaries above $75,000 per year were reduced in a progressive way, taking a higher percentage from the top. Show us what that would look like. Let our City Council consider this option and find a creative way to save the services that shine light on the community. Thank you. Our next comment is from Myrna Gonzalez. Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Myrna Godenize. I am a parent volunteer with the West County Regional Group sponsored by First Five Contra Costa and a single mother. Today, I'm writing to you to ask you not to make any budget cuts to the libraries or recreation department. These services are very special to our children. Right now, it's closed. But when you open back up, our children expect to have a safe and comfortable place where to go, where they like to go, and where they like to be, go like they used to, excuse me. The libraries have services like reading time with an essential service for all children, but especially for those that are behind on reading. Personally, my son uses the tutoring services that the libraries offer. We use it to print out documents, homework, do research, and more. The recreation department is also very important. Community centers are a place where our children gather to have healthy fun, to see their friends, to play, learn social skills, grow, and spend quality time with each other. My son and other children would be impacted negatively if, when the shelter in place is over, they don't have a safe place to gather like before, where to do homework, where to spend time with each other instead of being at home playing video games. So I ask you not to make any budget cuts to the libraries or recreation department. Those services are vital to our children. Find other departments or services where to make budget cuts anywhere where our most vulnerable or children are not affected. Thank you. Our next comment is from Andrea Malarkey. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am Andrea Malarkey, a Richmond resident, a public librarian, and a member of SEIU 1021. I am writing to ask you to please protect the Richmond Public Libraries. Those of us who spend a lot of time in libraries know that they are beloved cultural institutions. We know that a broad cross-section of our community uses libraries and that the collections, the events, the buildings, and the staff reflect that diversity. We offer collections and programs for kids, including expected things like books and homework help, but also unexpected things like toys to check out and take home, and master gardening programs for young people. For teens, there are the expected career and college prep resources, but also skateboard science events and access to mental health resources and hotlines, because library staff know that the library is a safer space for young adults. Grown-ups will find books, of course, and computers with fast internet, but they will also find immigration lawyers and seeds to make home and plant and small business resources. Patrons find all these things and so much more in multiple languages, because we know it is the function of the library to offer whatever thing it is that patrons want to help with to make their lives better. That includes telling your kids stories and walking teens through their first resume and showing our elders how to Zoom with their grandkids. And I also ask you, please fully fund the library. Do not close branches. Help ensure that these remain vibrant public places, open to all and filled with books and events and learning and community. Cuts to labor should be the very last thing that you do, and I urge you to explore every possible avenue for closing the budget gap before resorting to laying off any city workers. Thank you. And that was our last comment.
Okay, and then we do have comments that came in prior to 3 o'clock. We have one comment received encouraging the city council to keep the festivals, not to institute hiring freeze, and to keep recreation programs. 2 comments received encouraging the city council to not shut down the pools. The seniors depend upon the pools for exercise and health. 1 comment received urging the city council not to cut the budget for the libraries and to leave all branches open. And those are the end of our comments.
That's all the public comments, right?
Yes.
Okay. What is staff asking us, what action are they asking us to take? I think to approve the other $5 million plus or minus of recommended cuts to get us up to around 20 million. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, that's one item. And then any feedback you can give us regarding the proposals in terms of if you'd like any different adjustments, or just comments about how far you would like to go with some of the accommodations, because that really helps us understand potential reductions in staff, or if you would like us to start looking at more specifically what those reductions might be. We haven't done any of that work yet.
Okay, I see Councilmember Willis with his hand up.
Thank you. Quick couple questions. And this, I know you gave us 4 different proposals to look at. The comments around cuts to recreational services, pools, community services, or also closing down library branches, is that reflected in proposal 1, which seems like the more reasonable one so far?
So I will ask someone from our finance team or Sal to address that. My current understanding is that there are some reductions in part-time staff in these various proposals, but that we are not proposing fully closing any facility in any of these proposals.
That is correct.
Okay, what I'll say real briefly is proposal 1 seems like the more reasonable one. The only caveat that I have is my values for this process have remained the same, that I don't want to see any layoffs and minimal cuts to services in the COVID environment. And if we do start talking about cuts, I agree we should start from the top salary, making its way down to the 75K, because that's the same justification they did for the stimulus checks. So with that being said, I'm willing to move forward on proposal 1, but I don't want to include the
point of information, Mr. Mayor. There's A, B, C, and D, and A is
proposal A.
That includes, but I don't think you mean that.
I don't think you mean that either.
A is the one that includes 75 layoffs.
Never mind. I thought that misinformation. The one that does not include the 75 layoffs. Let the record show I do not want the 75 layoffs. No. Absolutely not. The proposal that does not include the 75 layoffs, the only caveat I have is I don't want to include part-time staff in that right now. If we can move forward on that without including the part-time staff right now, I'm ready to move on that. Otherwise, I want to take a step back because I don't want to see any layoffs, even if they are part-timers. They're still
The staff proposal D has no layoffs, but it also has about $10 million worth of union concessions. Are you comfortable with that?
It assumes that those come through.
Furlough days too.
Yeah, and I'm not even ready to move on one of those items only because we haven't done the meet and confer process, and we haven't heard like direct feedback on how even feasible or realistic that is. So I'm not willing to entertain that one. I know in our ad hoc committee, we did talk about a proposal that it did include more vacancy savings, that did look at different vehicle equipment replacing or repairs and deferred those. It also included the layoffs for part-time staff, and that's the only thing that I'm not ready to move on tonight. Everything else, though, that goes deeper into savings, I will do, but not the layoff of staff, part-time or no.
You understand what he's saying?
I'm looking to our finance director to see if we could be clear on the additional budget saving items that we're asking for approval on this evening, that would be helpful.
I think that's
maybe we should try to get a vote on that. And then we can talk about.
Well, Mr. Mayor, we need to know what it is. So I think if we could just go.
I don't think we're ready to vote on anything. I think we should come back.
No, we're talking about the additional $5 million.
And honestly, I would agree with Councilmember Choi too. I am willing to show up to another special meeting on Thursday, Friday, even Saturday morning if need be, because I agree with my colleague. I mean, them not seeing this until 3 o'clock, it's a lot of information to digest. And having just got a presentation from the unions, there's a lot of stuff I want to pick and implement inside that as much as possible too, because they managed to identify, even though it includes reserves, a way for us as a city to move forward without having any layoffs or cuts to services. And we need to digest that and see what else we can do as we come through this with a fine-tooth comb.
Also, to build on what Councilmember Willis is saying, and just to add, I too am willing to do a special meeting on Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. I've been receiving a few messages from community members who also sharing the same feelings as my colleagues in terms of not having enough time to review some of these options. And so if that is on the table for discussion, I would say that is an added benefit that the community would also have the opportunity to spend more time with these proposals as well.
Well, does somebody want to move to have another meeting?
But
we have a special meeting on Tuesday. Let me remind you, we have a specially dedicated meeting on Tuesday.
But just to keep everything on track though, you know?
To keep everything on track, we should meet the subcommittee again because we actually have to make differences. So I say more subcommittee meetings between now and Tuesday, time before Tuesday to look at what's going to be presented on Tuesday.
I can get with either way.
Well, you know, we laid on.
Same here with me too. Whatever's more convenient for everybody else.
As Councilmember Choi said, we lay, you know, originally we were not going to have a meeting next week. It's our second Tuesday, and we laid on that meeting with the idea that the only thing on the agenda would be the budget. Now, do you guys want to have another meeting in addition to that?
I'm willing to go with the subcommittee option, more subcommittee, and we could just solely focus on the budget for this coming up Tuesday.
Okay. Well, does anybody have any more recommendations now?
So part of our request was for council to approve the additional cost savings for this current fiscal year of 1.1 million and for the 4.9 million in estimated savings for next fiscal year.
Well, I asked for a motion. Nobody wanted to do it. I'll try again.
Why don't you explain what those charges are a little more clearly so that we can all know what we're talking about here?
Can I request that Markeisha, can you pull up that one slide that shows all the council members in the community what we're requesting?
So it's the additional cost savings page,
Thank you.
that page.
So it includes additional freezes to vacancies. We had some additional reductions to departmental operating budgets. It's eliminating some equipment for the fire department, which was a fire pumper. It's eliminating the replacement one street sweeper. It was moving one code enforcement officer position from general fund to planning. Planning would cover that. And then it was reducing some temporary part-time staff from the library and moving the books and materials to a different funding source.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Yep.
thank you for doing that. And I think I just wanted to see that. I mean, I would be willing to move forward with this tonight. If my colleagues aren't there, and that's fine. But with these very specific things, that's why I just wanted to give staff a chance again to say what it was. If it's these specific things, you know, the first thing on here, the hiring freeze, is what the union wants to do more of. So that's obviously, I think, yes. Everything on here I can see being in favor of. The only thing with the library is it sounds like you're moving something to a different fund, right? And reducing a part-time position, correct?
Yeah.
Temporary part-time staff person. And then
So temporary.
Yeah.
So I mean, you know, I think we could go ahead and bank these savings, and I would be on board with doing that right now. If the council's not there, that's fine, but I'll make a motion to go ahead and do that right now.
Okay, do we have a second?
I don't want to move forward on item 19 on the additional cost savings issue.
You do not want to do that? Is that what you're saying?
No, not on item 19. I've always had reservations about this, even in our ad hoc committee meetings, and I wouldn't be prepared to move on that tonight.
And
is it this temporary staff person that you're referring to, Councilmember?
Yes.
So what?
Sal, can you pipe in for a second? Is this a position that has not been filled yet? Because I believe it's notated as a temporary part-time staff person. So does this mean you have not hired this position yet?
Sure. Yeah, this is the total budget for part-time staff, which is $176,000 plus the $60,000 for books and materials that we're proposing to move out of the general fund.
So yeah, item 19, I'd want to not move forward on that. Any of these other proposals, yes, but not the reduction of part-time temp staff and moving books and materials to the library fund.
All right. Well, I mean,
I have a question, and number 16. What kind of fire pumper are we planning to eliminate?
Yoder or the chief, can you please answer that question?
Yeah, for that price, it's just the basic pumpers, the similar that you see every day on the street, you know.
Well, we could save more if we got rid of one of the tillers and kept the pumper.
We don't have any old tiller.
Oh, we don't need 2 tillers.
So I think if I understand.
So we could get rid of one of the tillers and save enough to keep the part-time staff.
My understanding is we've already spent the other funding. This is the only unspent funding.
But actually, we can take that back with a small penalty.
Councilmember Martinez, Fire Chief Shepard here. That is actually not correct. The purchase has been made on the tiller trucks. One tiller truck. Sir, one tiller truck will be arriving here soon, and they're actually building the other tiller truck currently.
Okay, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree.
Okay.
So, Councilmember Johnson, you had a question?
Yeah, I didn't at least gain clarity on whether or not the part-time temporary staff had already been hired or not.
That is existing staff that are part of the pool that assists with coverage at the library and at the branches.
Okay, so then my follow-up question for Councilmember Willis, would be, would you be willing to approve it without item 19?
Yeah, no, that's what I've been saying. I'd be willing to approve this without item 19, and also with the understanding that we're not talking about any options about labor concessions at all.
Yeah, that's not on here. This is just the next, these specific items. So
can I make a substitute motion? If it's
I can amend my motion to just,
okay.
I'll amend my motion to not include item 19. That's fine.
And I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Okay, let's call a vote, Madam Clerk.
Good negotiation.
Vice Mayor Bates,
No.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes, with the reservations of being able to change the fire pumper to a teller.
That's not part of the motion.
That's, well, okay, it's a friendly amendment.
I'm not gonna deal with that change right now.
Okay, no.
If you want to deal with that later, then we can
Too
deal with
late
that
for a
later.
friendly amendment. We're voting.
Yeah.
So vote it up or down.
I did.
You
Your
voted
vote
no.
is- okay, your vote is no. Okay. Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Vice Mayor Bates and Councilmember Martinez voting no.
Okay, now we got that out of the way. Do we have any further comments about the budget proposals that we haven't already discussed? I just want to point out again that with this last adoption, that basically the staff proposals that the council has adopted are almost exactly the same as the union proposals. There's only two areas where they diverge, and one of them has to do with spending down the reserves, and the other one has to do with eliminating all the frozen positions. And at the end of the day, that's what we got to come to grips with. And that's the policy decision we have to make. You guys can take this budget apart and go through it line item by line item, and you can save, 10 cents here and 5 cents there. But at the end of the day, that's really what it's all about. You either accept the union's proposal, or you go to some combination of union concessions and layoffs. That's it.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor
quickly, and this is just for the public's benefit. So just so that we're clear, because I think we're still hearing, and I understand why, because early on the talks about the library, it sounded rash, and I think a lot of people are still concerned about what the future of the library is. All of the proposals at this point, none of them have anything more than, let me see what it is. None of them eliminate the library services. All of them have, at worst, a reduction where we reduce them to 75% capacity, right? That's the worst thing being proposed for the library.
The worst case scenario is a slight reduction and possibly like some service hours, correct?
Right. So the way that would work, it was just a reduction in service hours. So that's not even closing down the branch libraries.
My current understanding, maybe Finance Director can address that specifically. I don't think it includes closing the branch libraries, does it?
It does not include that. It does include the reduction in hours from 6 hours to 5 hours, Monday through Friday.
Okay. I just want that to be understood by the public, that even in the worst case scenario, where we're at right now, even in the worst case scenario, we're not talking about closing down libraries. So I want to make sure that the public understands that. We are talking about, in the worst case scenario, some reductions in terms of, in terms of service, but no situation where we would be closing down even the branch libraries. So that's good to know. That's good news.
What about the swim centers?
Same situation with the swim centers. All services would be maintained, where they would not all be necessarily maintained at the same level, because if we do have to go to staff reductions, we have not identified which staff members those would be. Therefore, we don't know the extent of the reductions. However, all services would be maintained at some level in all proposals.
I requested a checklist on the district attorneys within the police department. Is that position still in there?
So that actually is part of what you just adopted. There is a reduction, and the chief, I believe, can confirm, or Markeisha can confirm, but I believe that we are reducing the amount being paid to the attorney's office in what you just approved. It was part of departmental reductions, I believe.
Is that correct, chief?
That's correct.
That's correct. We reduced it.
Good.
Okay, I think we beat this one to death.
Melvin has his hand up.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, I'll just say real briefly, and I've seen Councilmember Choi raise his hand too, just for after me. I'll just say real briefly that I want to see how close we can get to the union's proposal in achieving high vacancy savings, because this is with the understanding that our vacancy and our staffing rates keep growing every single day. So as close as we can get to that number as possible, the better, because it's very important, because we need to buy time to give ourselves to get additional revenue, and with so many pots on the fire in terms of financial relief. Yeah. The other thing I will say, and this is more unpopular, I do feel like the only way we are going to be able to get there and achieve a goal of no layoffs and minimal effects to services is if we do spend down some portion of our reserves. Now, how much that is still up to the question, but unfortunately, I'm not one to put that off the table. I know there's some history around that, but once again, this is about buying ourselves more time to get revenue in, to see what happens with schools and communities first, this HERO Act and any other financial savings we can identify as this process goes on, because this COVID environment is constantly changing. And I just want to keep our staff on the line and not be a part of adding to the addition to the 40 million unemployed people we have seen in this country so far. I want to avoid that, bring in the revenue and keep the staff we have and build the city with what we got. So I just want to.
Let me comment on the hiring freezes. So staff has heard extremely clearly all along that we don't want to lose staff. And therefore we have looked at least 4 different times at those at the vacancy list. We have added every time to it. We are not going to change our recommendation, I don't believe, anymore. We have changed it multiple times. And at this point, we tried to show you in detail the positions that we believe we need to fill. Things like the city attorney, things like some of the police positions, the payroll supervisor, some of the ones, there were others, but that's what we tried to go through in detail tonight. We don't believe we can freeze those positions. So the staff recommendation on that is not going to change. So we can go over, the department directors are happy to go through that information again in detail with you. We can do that at the next meeting, but we have looked at that over and over and over. So, and we have modified it as many times as we
I think what we're going to have to do at our next meeting is we're going to have to
go over those.
Yeah.
We're going to have to go through those positions one by one.
Yep.
Vote them up or vote them down.
Yep.
That's the only way we're going to make any progress.
Also, I'm gonna be really frank. The unions just kind of kicked your butt at merchandising because you've done all the work. I think what the truth of the matter is they're talking about pulling off a Band-Aid really quickly, and you're mentioning that you're going to bleed to death from some of the hair you pulled off of that Band-Aid, and that some of those are not bankable because of things like overtime and because of things like grants. So I'm just going to say, please think about selling your hard work a little more effectively, because I have to admit, I feel like we're having trouble selling ice cream cones and puppies right now. Okay. You guys have done a lot of really good work, but I believe you're not presenting the strength of your ideas as well as I'd like to see it done.
Well, that's a good point. And again, I think at the next meeting, I'm just giving staff a heads up. I think if we're going to make progress, we need to take that remaining list of freezes and we need to go through them line item by line item and see if a majority of the council wants to let them go or not. We'll just move right through them and we'll vote them up or vote them down. And then we're going to make some progress. And then when we get done with that, I think we need to have a vote on whether we're going to spend our reserves down and how much. And when we get done with that, we're done. If we can't make significant, if we can't find about $9 or $10 million in reserves and additional freezes, then the only place left to go is layoffs and concessions. So
right,
our work's cut out for us. Okay.
And just one last thing, we were never going to cut the libraries. They were literally in a section called things we won't do unless we've done everything else. It was already in a lockbox. So I'm
One thing you learn from this, the library has good public relations, right?
And the swimming pools.
Yeah. Okay. I think we're ready to move to our next item, which is one of the urgency items, right? Which one?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to make a brief request of you on the agenda because J3 and J4 are some of our more controversial items. Could we hear that after this urgency item, given the time of night?
I'm gonna continue those two.
Okay, thank you.
So which urgency item are we picking first? Who wants to fight for number one?
They're both the
First one
same.
voted for was the one regarding George Floyd. So it's a request for an official city statement related to the local response to local incidents arising from the George Floyd incident. And we do have two callers for this item.
Well, that was Nat Bates' item. So you want to, Vice Mayor, you want to introduce it?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleagues for supporting placing this on as an emergency item. I think as an African-American, 88 years of age, I've experienced more than most of you youngsters. And the incident just recently is not only an embarrassment to this nation, but it's an embarrassment to Minnesota and perhaps all law enforcement agencies. For a person to be arrested and held down for about 8 seconds or thereabouts, asking for relief, I can't breathe, and etc., is dehumanizing and certainly a criminal act. And I think that this city has a responsibility to communicate with our citizenry and let them understand that in Richmond, that kind of behavior is not tolerated. And I've asked the chief to come forward. I've also asked Ben from the RPOA to come forward and speak to that issue. Let me just say, in 1968, after Dr. King was assassinated, I experienced some of the similar situations where we had looting and burning of Travellini and a host of other violations and so forth. And during my time, we've seen the Rodney King incident, the Trayvon Clark, and it's go on and on and on. And it's embarrassing to this nation. And we obviously do not support the looting, the thuggish attitudes, but people are fed up. And we need to look at ourselves and see if we can't make our society a lot better. The hopeful thing is that the young people, and it's not just African American, but a complete ethnicity of individuals that are now protesting and understand the disparity and the racial attitudes of our communities throughout the nation. And I just hope that we can send a voice, participate, and let our citizenry know and others to know that we don't tolerate that. And we're all God's children, and we should be protective of each other. So I'd like for the chief to come forward and expand upon the good leadership that she's provided in trying to quell the situation in Richmond, and also Ben in terms of representing the Richmond Police Officers Association, their attitude and behavior as it relates to peaceful protests and respect for individuals who are detained by our police department.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Bates. Lisa French, Interim Police Chief. Good evening again, Mayor and City Council. So first, I want to say it's been a very difficult week. I, along with everyone else, was appalled to see the murder of George Floyd. The actions of the officers in Minneapolis undermines, can you hear me okay? Okay. The actions of the officers in Minneapolis undermines the law enforcement profession and has damaged the years of effort we've put forth to build relationships with the community. The tactics used on Mr. Floyd were counter to what we train, what I expect of our officers, and showed a total lack of compassion and humanity. While this incident was horrific, I'm trying to use it as an opportunity to generate change within, not just within our department, but hopefully law enforcement profession as a whole. At the police department, we've had a lot of conversations around Mr. Floyd's death and the subsequent events that have followed. We know this incident is not just an event. Everything that's happening now is really the start to a new policing era. The one that the community has actually desperately been crying out for, and that we as law enforcement as a whole have failed to listen to. The good thing for us in Richmond is that we're not starting from scratch in this, that we've done a lot of work over the years with our community. And I know that this incident has set us back from that just because of this uniform that we wear, not necessarily because anything we've done in regards to this, but just because we're wearing this uniform and what happened to Mr. Floyd has set all of us in law enforcement back. So what we've done over the last few years is we've really focused on de-escalation tactics. We really focused on our uses of force and how we can reduce those uses of force, and we have over the years. We take a very detailed look at every single use of force that we have every month. There's a team that management team that reviews all the use of force, not just to see how we can do things better, see if there's any training issues, if there's any equipment needs. We just want to evaluate each one to see, one, can it be prevented? Was it legal and within policy? And what can we do moving forward to avoid this from happening again? We were one of the first cities, in fact, to start focusing on de-escalation tactics, and became a nationwide model on how to de-escalate situations. There's a lot of things that we've done over the years. A lot of you guys are aware of that. We invite the public in to really focus and participate in a lot of the trainings that we have so that you can see how we're training, how we do things, and to get a better understanding. But with all that said, we realized that the issue of killings and disparate treatment amongst people of color have led us to where we are today. And as a woman of color, I personally struggle with this issue and what's been going on, and the role I play as a Richmond police officer. Like I said before, I think the good thing is that this is a great, it's unfortunate what we're going through, but it's a ripe environment for change. I think everyone in the police department realizes this is a moment of change, and we're again having those conversations about what change will look like and having those necessary conversations. I've actually met with several clergy people today to talk about where we go from here and how we move forward. Going into the challenges that we have with this are really what we've experienced in Richmond over the past weekend, and especially last night. And that's the unfortunate part, is that some people have taken this as an opportunity to loot businesses. We're all for protests, peaceful protests. We will stand with you. We'll protect you while you protest. That's our duty. But we also have a duty to protect property and life. And so that's what we've struggled with over the last couple days. A lot of businesses have been vandalized around the city, and a lot of looting did occur last night. We were able to avert some, but there was some that happened. We made several arrests last night. As we talked about earlier, the curfew was enacted. Luckily, so far tonight, things have been relatively quiet, but we will continue to have extra officers on patrol to try to prevent some of the things that we saw happen last night. And I'll take any questions if there are any.
Questions? Councilor Willis?
I'll have more comments after the speakers. I just wanted to say thanks to Chief French for the presentation. And I was at a Black Lives Matter peaceful protest in front of Richmond City Hall, and her and the officers there were actually observing. There was no riot gear. There was no tear gas being blasted in somebody's chest or face. Instead, what happened, there was agitations around the curfew. But what I seen after the protest is all the officers walked up, talked to everybody, exchanged information, just wished everybody to get home safe. It was no agitation. There was no anger or this adversarial relationship. It was all of us working together to say why Black lives actually matter, because our society and our systematic racism of oppression has told us that we do not. Especially when I hear statistics that every 23 hours, there's a Black man that is gunned down by the police. And that's a statistic, I don't know if it still stands, but I know one that was very relevant a couple of years ago and continues to be relevant to me today as we fight to address this racial inequity in our injustice system. I just want to thank the chief for being there for the community. And even though this trust has been shattered between police and community, just having that action alone helps build trust and confidence in our department at least. So thank you again.
Hey, Chief, would you explain your position on chokeholds and kneeing people who are down as a matter of being arrested?
So we don't use chokeholds here at the police department. And to effective arrest, we want to do things swiftly, quickly. If we have to take somebody into custody and there's resistance, we try to do something swiftly and quickly and get that person into custody and in the back of our car and onto jail as quickly as we can. So there's not an instance that I can think of that we would ever be on top of somebody for 8 minutes or 5 minutes. I don't know how long, because that's just not the tactics that we use. If there's somebody in need of medical help, we request medical help. Richmond Fire responds normally quicker than an AMR unit. That's just, none of those tactics that we're seeing in the video are tactics that we use here at the Richmond.
Excuse me, Mayor, but
yes.
It is 10:59 and
I'll make a motion. We extend for 30 minutes.
Second.
That was a motion by Councilmember Myrick, second by Councilmember Willis to extend for 30 minutes.
Are there any objections?
I need to take a roll call vote, sorry.
Let me ask you a question, Clark. You know, I serve on several regional boards, as do some other council members.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, point of order, but I think the clerk needed to take a roll call vote.
Well, I'm just asking her why all the other boards I serve on don't bother to do that. They just, like BCDC, for a vote like this, they say, are there any objections? And the clerk records there were no objections, and that's it.
I think that would be in a live meeting if we were present.
No, I'm talking about Zoom meetings. This is the only Zoom meeting body I go to that insists on a roll call vote for everything. So
okay, then that would be a question that the attorney would have to answer.
We'd be done with the roll call if you didn't ask her.
It's been advised in the calls I've been in talking about the telecommuting Zoom meetings for these meetings.
I can't hear you. Can you? City Attorney.
It's been advised to do so because sometimes it's unclear via Zoom if somebody's voting yes or no. So it's just the best way to get the clearest vote in this kind of telecommuting meeting situation.
Well, we're unique. I guess we got to do things different in Richmond. Okay. Call the roll.
Mayor Bates. Vice Mayor Bates.
I vote
Just to
yes.
extend.
I vote yes.
Councilmember Choi.
X gets the square, yes.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes, and my apologies for cutting you off there, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
Okay, yes.
The vote is unanimous.
But Mr. Mayor, you do have the prerogative to call for a vote, and if there's no one opposing, you can ask, and that's so be it. You chair the meeting, not us.
Well, that's my point. This happens in every other body I go to a
Yep.
meeting in, but in Richmond, we got to do it different. So
Well, that's up to you. You the chair of the meeting, and I'm not going to oppose it. You just facilitate time.
well, maybe we'll try it again. Okay, so we're in the middle of this discussion. So who's got the floor?
I just wanted to, in terms of comments to the chief, I just wanted to build on what Councilmember Willis has stated in terms of having a police chief who actually means the words that she's saying and not just making a hollowed speech. If you don't mind, Chief, I like to share a bit of our personal history. But when I first met the chief, it was when she came to speak to a group of students of mine, and she was very candid and honest about her feelings of the Black Lives Matter movement. And it was in that moment that I became enthralled with her as a professional. And so, like I've been telling the other organizers of some of these events that I'll be announcing at the end of the meeting, we have a chief that you can sit down with, that you can work with, that you can talk to. And so I would just like to reiterate that to the entire community that, although, everyone has their own feelings about policing in particular, please engage our chief actively and respectfully, because she is here to do this, to do the exact same with you. And I thank you for your comments and for your leadership during these difficult times.
Thank you, Dennis.
Other comments? Vice Mayor Bates, you put this item on, or you?
I wanted to hear from Mr. Thurot, the president of the RPOA. They're the ones out there doing the work, and we need to make sure that his officers in support of the council and the chief's position.
I don't know if he's present.
I believe he is on the phone.
Okay.
Yeah. Give me just 1 second. Ben? I will come back to him. I have Mike Parker on first. Mike, are you ready to speak?
Yes.
You have 2 minutes to speak. You may go ahead.
Oops, sorry, let me just get this off again. I don't know if he's present. Yes, I support the work that Chief French has been doing in the department, but this is a nationwide issue, and I think that it's important the city stand in solidarity with the protests that are taking place across the country. And I think we should do that, first of all, by opposing the city curfew and making it clear that we don't just stop protests because there are some problems. We find a way around it and we work with the protests rather than stop them. And secondly, I think that the city should stop participating in the Oakland effort under the direction of the Oakland police. The fact is that a large part of the population in this city and in this country do not feel safer when the police are called. And that's unfortunate. And it's increasingly clear that more police will not make any of us safer. In New York, when they had a police strike or a slowdown a couple of years ago, crime actually went down, not up. They made their point in the opposite way. The irony of this whole situation is that our government seems to be able to suspend constitutional rights with a curfew when it wants to on a moment's notice, but cannot suspend the collection of rents and mortgages to keep people in their homes. You see the institutional bias that's here. And finally, I want to say there's a lot still to be done in the Richmond Police Department, despite the efforts of Chief French and others. You may recall that the police department covered up the murder of Petty Perez. They covered up the disgraceful way they handled the Celeste Guap case. We need to have more police review, and we need to have stronger citizen oversight over the police if we're to have confidence in the police. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben?
Yes.
Yes, you can go ahead and speak. You have 2 minutes.
For now?
Yeah.
I believe he's part of the presentation.
Oh, okay, sorry. Go ahead and speak.
Okay.
Not time.
Good evening, Council. Ben Terry, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association, represent the officers and sergeants of the Richmond Police Department. We want to talk and take advantage of Councilmember Bates' sentiments on the loss of life, which is always tragic, and that the incident in Minneapolis has definitely damaged the trust in our nation's law enforcement agencies. The role of police officers is to protect and serve the citizens of their community. Sadly, what we saw in this video was a man in distress crying for help. That man was his name is Mr. George Floyd. He did not need to die. As peace officers, we are held to a higher standard, and rightfully so. This incident is not consistent with the missions and the goals of our profession, and definitely not the culture of the Richmond Police Department. Unfortunately, the act of these officers reverberates throughout the entire law enforcement community. We're sickened by what we saw. We understand the frustration and anger after an incident of this magnitude, but we implore the community members to gather in peaceful protest and explain to the public and society their rage and denounce the destruction of private property and local homeowners and businesses while doing so. That being said, we echo the sentiments of the chief and appreciate the opportunity to explain how the men and women on the streets out here right now feel. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the end of our public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity to make this presentation. And thank you, Chief and Ben and other council members and the speaker. So I simply like to make a motion that we collectively, as a city council in the city of Richmond, condemn the murder of Mr. Floyd in Minneapolis. And we also should demand that those individuals who stood and observed, because they could have perhaps prevented, but they did not step forward. They should be held accountable, and that they should face the prosecution just like the individual who did the murder. And that I want to thank the city of Richmond and their efforts to respect our community. And that would be my motion. And if someone want to add something to it, they feel free to do so.
Is there a second?
Councilmember Bates. I mean, Vice Mayor Bates, forgive me. Sorry.
Okay, we have a second from.
And just real quick.
I have a statement.
What?
I have a statement, but go ahead, JL.
Well, why don't you start? I think Johnson was first, then JL, then you.
All right.
Well, I was just gonna ask that we add to Councilmember Bates' motion, if Vice Mayor Bates, my apologies, would accept that we also stand with the individuals protesting this injustice and moving America closer to its goals of being a country for all.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, Mark.
Sorry. So a couple of things. First, I just want to clarify when you're talking about the other individuals, you mean the other police officers, right? That watched and didn't do anything while it was going. Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Just want to clarify that. And then in terms of my views on this, I've been struggling with what to say publicly because frankly, I don't have anything positive to say. That said, in this meeting, I do want to recognize, Richmond gives me hope. I will say that. Our local culture gives me hope. And hearing, you know, the police chief and the police union president and their remarks was a positive thing. And hearing our senior council member take the lead on this, those sort of things give me hope. It gives me hope to watch, you know, what I heard about 23rd Street last night, where folks were coming out, community members were coming out, not to loot, not to, you know, riot, but to actually protect those businesses, because they were thinking this is our community, these are all minority owned businesses, and we're gonna stand with them. And you know, that we have had positive, you know, there's been a couple of stragglers, but we have had positive protests like the one that Councilmember Willis was referring to that happened today. I know of one that I'm planning to go to tomorrow, and we've heard about another one later in the week. And I'm confident that here in Richmond, we're going to be able to handle that in the Richmond way, which is a way that respects our diversity, a way that respects that we all are in this together. Even though we disagree, we fight, we argue. We all, I think, Richmond have a culture of seeing each other as part of the same community. And I am proud of that. So during this meeting, actually, I will say I got a little bit more hopeful. That said, generally, my thoughts on this process are not very positive. And because it's not just George Floyd, right? It's not like this happened out of nowhere. This is a regular occurrence in the United States of America, whether by choking, whether by shooting, whether by, you know, whatever. And, you know, be blunt, walking the streets with black skin, especially as a male with black skin, because of all the fears that go along with that, is dangerous in this country. And I don't know if that will ever not be true. And unfortunately, the older I get, the less I believe that one day that will not be true. So I'm going to stop because I don't want to.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, I have hope, and I have hope because of the residents of Richmond. When Petey Perez was murdered by Officer Jensen, we could have had a flashpoint, but we didn't. And I give extra thanks to the Perez family for staying calm, staying focused, and making sure that their son, their grandson was honored with the justice that he deserved. And I thank the residents of Richmond for not losing it and rioting, but staying focused and coming to city council meetings and demanding justice for Petey Perez. And that's the kind of focus that we need to maintain. And I believe that the citizens of Richmond can do that. And it's a compact with the police. And, you know, there's some police who overstep the bounds, but instead of covering for them the way that they did for Officer Jensen, we need to have that honest conversation to make sure that those who are guilty of transgressing against the rights of citizens are accounted for. So Richmond gives me hope.
Councilmember Johnson.
My heart is heavy and my body is tired, but my spirit is energized. As a young Black man growing up in this country, and particularly in Richmond, I've seen Black bodies cut down in front of my eyes. So Councilmember Willis, you have my respect, because I couldn't watch the video. I can watch no more videos. It's too triggering for me. And I would just like to reiterate a point that I made at the beginning of the meeting. When it comes to the oppressed, we don't have a right, even me, you know, we have our own personal ways of protesting and lashing out, as Councilmember Vice Mayor Bates put it. When people are fed up, no one has a right to tell people how to be upset. No one has the right to tell people what their focus should be. These are crazy times, but at the same time, as the chief put it, these are times of opportunity. And the more I want to make sure that we aren't using the divisive language that alienates individuals who are looking to bring about change or are merely acting out in terms of the oppression that was pushed upon them. And another point that I would like to reiterate, although I most definitely appreciate the city manager for her leadership during these difficult times, and it's past 6 o'clock and it's even past 8 o'clock. I've spoken with a number of community members who felt as though a 6 o'clock curfew didn't really represent the Richmond way or how Richmond has been responding to this crisis.
Point of order, we did do this as a separate item.
Yeah, we're gonna pick that up. We're gonna take that up next.
Oh, so, yeah. And so I'll just wrap by saying I do appreciate my colleagues. I do appreciate the leadership that have been taken by our city manager, by our police department. Tomorrow, June 3rd, at 1 p.m. at Nickel Park, there will be a peaceful protest held. I believe the CPRC, Community Police Review Commission, is putting that one on. And then again on Saturday, June 6th at 12 p.m. in front of Civic Center Plaza. Some young people are planning to rally as well. So please come out and support not just, the youth, but support the community as a whole. And I look forward to seeing everyone out there. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to vote on this? Madam Clerk, do you have the motion?
I will read to you what I think I heard.
Okay.
Okay, there was a motion by Councilmember Bates, a second by, was it Councilmember Johnson? Vice Mayor Bates. Lewis? Willis, okay. To condemn the murder of George Floyd and those that stood in and observed should be held accountable. Also stand with individuals protesting to moving the country forward to be a free country for us all. Is that the motion?
Okay, call the roll call vote, please.
Okay, Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Unequivocally and absolutely yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Oh, yeah.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, so that brings us to our second urgency item, a discussion
Yes.
of the of the curfew. Who started that item? I can't remember.
I think that was me.
You want to introduce it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, it goes along with the last item, obviously. And I do want to sort of recognize what Councilmember Johnson was starting to say in his remarks, which is that I want to, first of all, I think our city manager has been doing a great job managing crisis after crisis. And I just want to recognize that, this is somebody that just started in January, right? And it's just been one crisis after another. And I 100% want to just publicly state and want to make sure that everybody understands how hard this city manager has been working and how rare it is for this many things that are this heavy and that require this many level of major decisions, whether it's COVID, whether it's on the budget, and now this, to fall in your lap. So I just want to appreciate the city manager for all that. That said, I do not agree with with going forward with a 6 p.m. curfew in the city of Richmond. I do think, and I think Councilman Johnson was starting to get at this, and I think others will state their views on it. I think curfews in situations like this are counterproductive, particularly as early as 6 p.m. is particularly counterproductive. I think all that really does is puts people who are already upset, already angry, already looking for somebody to blame for their anger, who's not here, right? The people that you want to blame for your anger in Minneapolis. It gives them a local person to be mad at, and it I think just encourages people to then the type of person who's looking to do that to then be defiant, to then say, okay, if there's a curfew, then I'm going to go out and I'm going to create a problem to test this curfew. I also think it creates interactions that are unnecessary between police and residents who are just going about their day. 6 p.m. is early. That's dinner time. If I'm cooking dinner and I realize I don't have flour and I walk to the liquor store to get some flour, I could get stopped, right? I'm in violation. Or I'm a older person and I send my kid, who may be a 17-year-old, 16-year-old Black kid or Latino kid, to get, and because they're walking to the store, they can get stopped. And what if that interaction goes bad? You're increasing the likelihood of the very things that we're worried about, I think, with a curfew, especially a curfew that early. So I actually take the position that I think the mayor took and Councilmember Bates took when we were talking about tenant protections. If the county has their thing, let's follow the county's lead. Let the county, if they've got an 8 p.m. curfew, let that lie. We can't do anything about that. That's the county's business. But we do not need to be increasing that any higher, and we do not need to be doing anything that makes our residents more likely, I think, to act out, which is what I think a 6 o'clock curfew does.
And first off, I'd like to thank Councilmember Myrick for keeping me in order. That's the only way we can keep these meetings going. Second, stated perfectly, my main concerns were most definitely the enforcement of a 6 p.m. curfew. Most individuals get home at 5 p.m. and still have a lot of running around to do at 6 o'clock. The sun is actually still out at 6 o'clock. And then second, as I've mentioned a few times, the reputation. The country has a long reputation of having sundown towns. And for those who aren't familiar, those are municipalities where African Americans would have to be inside before the sun went down, or there would be harsh enforcement. And given the scenario that Councilmember Myrick had gave, I don't want to increase that likelihood at all. And as long as I have a voice on this council, I don't want to attach that reputation to the city of Richmond. And I often take flack for wanting to follow the county's lead on things, and I'm willing to take it one more time on this one. So once again, I do agree with Councilmember Myrick and a few of my other colleagues in terms of not continuing a 6 p.m. curfew.
Well, civil disobedience is civil disobedience. It's about making a showing, and imposing a curfew is inviting more reason to have civil disobedience. And as was already stated, I'll reiterate, it creates an opportunity for somebody to be targeted unintentionally who doesn't even know what's going on. Already had messages come hit me up about, is this something that's true? And even at that peaceful protest, that was a moment of contention and agitation. We should not be poking a hornet's nest. If the county instituted something that's mandatory that we have to follow, so be it, but Richmond shouldn't take any part of that whatsoever.
Vice Mayor Bates, unmute yourself, please.
While I appreciate the city manager's assertiveness, I like to point out that it's not the city manager's responsibility. Curfew is relegated to your elected officials' body, the president, the governor, and the mayor. They are the ones elected by the people. The police chief nor the city manager should have the jurisdiction to arbitrarily make a curfew. And I understand that a crisis occurred and she was acting the best of ability. But I agree that 6 o'clock is far too early, especially with daylight saving times that we have today. It doesn't get dark until almost 9 o'clock. So I suggest and make a motion that this city council through the mayor direct the curfew to be 8 p.m. Which is consistent with the county.
Is there a second?
I mean, I'm not seconding only because I don't think we need a curfew at all. The county has a curfew. So I would just, I think we should just leave it at that.
All right. Okay. Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, I'm against curfews. The curfew in New York only had people come out and stay because there was a curfew. And anytime you have a curfew, you're going to challenge the people who are angry. You're going to challenge the people who want to do civil disobedience to come out and do it. Whereas regular citizens, well, we're all regular citizens, but citizens who aren't willing to do civil disobedience, get caught up. I have neighbors who have dogs and they don't have a chance to walk their dogs until after the curfew. There's all sorts of reasons to be out. My wife and I take a walk after dinner, and that would be after curfew. There's too many reasons for people to be out, and it just creates situations that don't need to occur. I've been angry, and I've had to control my feelings because I'm angry. I had a conversation with Vice Mayor Bates, and I was telling him how angry I was, and I was getting angry just telling him. Just it's so I don't need to be talking to someone telling me that I need to be home when I'm going home, because it's just going to make me angry. It's and I can understand people's anger, and as Demos was saying, we can't tell people how to deal with their anger. It's something that's internal, and we have to work it out ourselves. And we don't need people to provoke us or to instigate that unresolved anger.
Any other comments?
Mayor and council, if I may just suggest, if the council decides to take action on the order, I would suggest that the motion be to decline to ratify and rescind the order, and then the county's order would just stand.
Perfect. So I will make that motion to decline to ratify and rescind the order for the curfew.
And I'll second that motion as well.
Is the police chief still on board here? I assume that action was taken at your recommendation. Is that right?
That's correct. I actually recommended it, and it was based on everything that happened last night. So I hear what all of you are saying, and I agree. In normal circumstances, I would not ask for a curfew, especially that early. Last night, I can tell you we were overwhelmed. There were hundreds of cars around the Hilltop Mall area waiting for us to move to another area so that they can go and try to loot. Even with us there, they were going in, trying to break the doors to get in. And I understand it's just property, but you also please understand that prior to this happening, I had numerous property owners. I even had a couple of you city council men contact me or send me emails because there were several property owners and business owners around the city that were very concerned about their businesses and wanted to make sure that we were going to be around to protect them. After everything that happened last night, and it wasn't just at the Hilltop Mall area, it was around the entire city that businesses were hit, that I thought it would be in the best interest of our city to put the order in place for tonight so that we would have some kind of mechanism. So when there were hundreds of cars around a certain area, that we can at least try to push them out back onto the freeway, because they were sitting in Chase Bank and Bank of America, completely filled up the parking lots, just waiting. And so it was just this waiting game. Okay, are they going to move? Are they going to go? Where are they going to go next? And if we had that order in place, at least we could move them out of the parking lots and start trying to move them out of our area. We were in no way going to enforce this order with people walking around the streets to the stores. That's just not what this was for. This is not what we were going to use it for. It was only in a situation where we had those cars like we did yesterday so that we can push them out.
So if Councilmember Martinez were out taking his evening walk, you wouldn't bust him, right?
No.
So I'm going to vote against this because I think that I think one thing people are missing here is that we put a lot of responsibility on our police force to do what they have to do, and do it in a way that is both safe for them and safe for the community. And this is a tool that doesn't necessarily that is not necessarily used. It's, as the chief said, it's not going to be used to bust Councilmember Martinez when he takes his evening walk. But if there are 300 people, gearing up for a violent protest at Hilltop Mall or somewhere, it gives our police force another tool they can use to try to get out ahead of it and keep somebody from being hurt and keep themselves safe. And I think, I just think that sometimes you got to back your police chief, and you got to let your police force do the job they have to do, and do it in a way that's safe for them and safe for the community. And I'm not enough of an expert in that I'm going to tell them how to do it. It's kind of moot anyway, because look, 6 o'clock has come and gone. The curfew has not been extended yet. It's not going to happen tomorrow unless the city manager or the police chief does it. So what's the point? If you guys want to take a vote on it, fine, but I'm not going to support it. We got to support our police force.
I have a question.
I have three responses to that, Mr. Mayor.
Are there laws against loitering?
Wait.
Right.
Yeah, we're past 11:30. You guys want to keep going?
I'll make a motion. We extend until we, really, I would say extend for another 30 minutes, but I think we probably won't get the vote.
Just for this item.
Until we finish this item.
Well, we've got another item.
After that motion, all things considered.
We need
sorry,
to
what's another item? Suspend
the rules.
We've got another item we need to vote on, I think, and that's the wastewater rates. This is the second reading.
Right.
And this is our absolute last chance to get this done.
So I'll make a motion that we extend the meeting for those well, first of all, I'll make a motion that we suspend the rules in the meeting to finish this item and deal with the wastewater rates.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates?
No.
Councilmember Choi?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
Yes.
The motion passes with Vice Mayor Bates voting no.
So I think Councilor Mark had a question, then I want to vote on this and move on.
Well, I have three responses to what you were saying and to the chief. The first being, I mean, there's and I appreciate you, Chief, explaining that background. Number one, I don't know that those 300 people care that we make a curfew, so I don't know that they're going to follow it either way. But number two, it sounds, and this is a piece that I would have known had you not sort of spoken that specific. It sounds to me like you want to do something. You want this as a tool for a very specific situation, and I'm wondering if that's the case, why couldn't we tailor it? So meaning curfew at the Hilltop, I wouldn't want to do it for the whole neighborhood, but in the Hilltop business area, something like that was specific and tailored. Because the problem is, using the Councilmember Martinez walking example, but it's not about him, right? It's about the thousands of people in our community. The problem is, as long as the law is on the books, it doesn't matter. I mean, I understand that you're saying you're not going to use it in those other situations. We still approved it for it to be used in those situations. So it could, number one. And number two, we don't know what the response from the public is going to be. We could end up with a worse situation because people are angry at us because of the curfew. So I guess I say all that, and then I'm wondering to the chief if you could respond to specifically if there's an option to do something that's limited and tailored specifically for a Hilltop.
Yes, there is a way to do it specifically for neighborhoods, but the issue that one of the reasons that I actually considered that, and it was actually suggested by the city manager, the problem was it wasn't just Hilltop. Then we had a bunch of cars go to Pacific East Mall. Then we had a bunch of cars go to one of the marijuana dispensaries. Then we had a bunch of cars go, I could go on and on. So it was just one particular area. As soon as we went to that area, then sometimes they would loiter around, sometimes they would move to another area. So that's why I said citywide. But I understand your guys' point. I completely get it. And I'm hopeful that we're not going to have the same issues that we had last night moving forward. And so I don't think that this is going to be an issue again.
I didn't hear the answer to my question. Do we have loitering laws that could be used in this situation?
There are loitering laws that are on the books. I don't know specific to. I'd have to look, at the law to see exactly if it would fit. For loitering, it has to be a longer period of time and stuff like that. So the curfew was something that a lot of other cities were doing, and this was a way that would give us the leverage if we needed it tonight to move cars out of the areas that we were having issues with.
And Chief, and this will be the last thing that I have to say on the subject. I really do appreciate, once again, the work that you and the officers are doing during this time of crisis. And we are in no way, me specifically, I can speak for myself, we are not trying to disarm y'all or put y'all in any type of danger or make it so that it's hard for you to do your job. And I'm really happy to hear that you understand where we're coming from as well. And you have our support, and I hope the police department know that they have our support as well. The broader public and the reputation of the city, we also have to consider. So thank you for also understanding where we're coming from, as we also understand where you were coming from with that as well.
I just looked in the municipal code, and the only place loitering is mentioned is it's prohibited for drug activities. Okay, let's vote on this and let's move it on. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Okay, this is to decline to ratify and rescind order for the 6 p.m. curfew. And it was a motion by Councilmember Myrick, second by Councilmember Johnson. Vice Mayor Bates? How are you voting? Councilmember Choi?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
So let's move on to item G11.
Item G11 is to adopt an ordinance for second reading, setting wastewater user rates for fiscal year 2020 to 21 through 2024 through 25, with annual rate increases of 5%, 6%, 7%, 7%, and 7% for fiscal years 2020 through 21 through 24 through 25, respectively.
Who took this off the
speakers for this item?
Who took this off the agenda?
It was requested to be removed by Lisa Johnson, and
Okay.
she is on the line.
Well, first of all, do any council members have any questions or comments about this? I don't hear any. Okay, so we'll call. Actually, this is no, that's not. So go ahead and call the public speaker.
I have Jim Hansen on the line. Jim, you can go ahead and speak.
Thank you, Council. I'll make this brief. These are questions we have to Richmond Heights Neighborhood Council, and basically, just the public just needs to know what's being asked, what they're being asked to be to pay for. And so there's four brief questions. Sorry, it's late for all of us. One is the total system repair and rehab cost over 30 years. It appears that from the treatment master plan, that this 150 million rate increase could actually be a drop in the bucket, because the total looks like to be over 30 years, according to this plan, $500 million. So we just need to know if that estimate still stands, if that's in fact what's ahead of us. Secondly, where are the pipeline repairs going to be done? That's a 25 million of this $150 million increase. The list of these hasn't been made available, and I think as residents, we just should know what we're paying for, and when neighborhoods can approximately expect to have needed underground pipeline repairs. Just thirdly is when are the plans going to be approved that will guide the use of these rate increases? And then lastly, the last question is simply on page 4, there's a repair and rehab priority number 3, and according to source documents from the engineers, this item was originally $7.5 million, and it's now budgeted in this rate increase for about $12.8 million. We'd like to know if this item was increased dramatically, why this item may have been increased dramatically by $5 million. So that's the extent of the questions that we as a public would like to know about this increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I wasn't able to reach Lisa. If you'll give me a second, I'll try to reach her now.
Is there another caller?
Yes. Hold on one second.
Just let me know when you're ready.
Okay. Hi, I have Lisa Johnson on the line. Lisa, you may go ahead and speak.
Good evening, Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor Bates, and City Council members. There are still many outstanding questions that have not yet been fully addressed for the public regarding the sewer rate increase, some of which I emailed you earlier tonight. Overall, can the city please clarify why they willingly extended Veolia's contract for another 5 years to 2027? Can the city please clarify if they considered putting the contract out for a new RFP before entering into this extension? Upon reviewing the city's contract and all amendments, the city no longer has to pay an early termination fee. Thus, can the city please clarify if they will conduct a new RFP as well as a cost, benefit, and risk analysis to determine if taxpayers would be better off terminating our contract with Veolia and going with a new provider? I understand that it may be difficult to provide exact cost estimates beyond 5 years and that things change. However, taxpayers deserve to see a fully transparent presentation that covers the 3 separate master facility plans, what the forecasted costs are going to be through 2045 and beyond, and what that will mean to our property tax assessment. Upon going through the 3 facility plans, some of which are likely out of date, the cost through 2045 is over $680 million. When you just increased our property taxes another 37.5% over the next 5 years through 2025, the treatment plant costs alone were only estimated at $118 million, not $680. So what does that mean for taxpayers long term? Thus, I would like to respectfully request a study section be presented to the city council and public as soon as possible so that the public is aware of long-term property tax implications and importantly, why this project can't be put out for a new RFP, especially since it appears there is no longer a termination fee currently associated with our Veolia contract. Right now, we just have no idea if another service provider could potentially provide quality service that is more cost effective. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And that was my last caller.
That is the end of public comment.
Okay, is there a motion?
Can someone from the staff respond to the question around the extension of the contract and the extension of the contract with Veolia? I don't remember what happened, to be honest, but how that got extended for an additional 5 years, or if that didn't happen and that's just being misunderstood. And also her question about how we would go out to bid next time around.
This is Everett Jenkins with the City Attorney's Office. When the contract was extended, we have to keep in mind one thing did occur, and that we had just entered into a settlement agreement with Baykeeper. And while that was not a requirement that we extend the contract, we were left with an ambitious schedule that Baykeeper imposed upon us in order to satisfy the settlement agreement. So at that particular point in time, it was deemed that we just didn't have time to have other alternatives explored. That's number one. And two, also at the time, Veolia had agreed to reduce its markup from 24% to 16.5%. So they were actually helping to fund the cost of the capital improvement we make. So that was the rationale for extending the contract for 5 years beyond the 2022 date that had originally been set. It was because we didn't have time to change horses in order to comply with the Baykeeper settlement, and also because there were some costs that were being shifted due to the extension. So that's the reason why it was extended.
Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll move the second reading. And just again, I said this before, we're gonna pay this. I'm gonna be paying this. Our home is in this area. If we don't do it this way, it could get forced on us, and it could get forced on us in a way that's worse, which staff went over last time. And this version of it, we actually chose the version that actually delays some of the harshest increases. So.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Johnson. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates. Vice Mayor Bates. Absent. Councilmember Choi.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez. Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick.
Aye.
Councilmember Willis.
Reluctantly, yes.
And Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Vice Mayor Bates absent.
So I think we have come to the end of our agenda. All of the items that we didn't hear tonight will be carried over till June 16th.
Okay.
I guess I don't want to.
So you guys be careful going home. You're all going to be in your home, I guess. What about that? So,
what about us?
Be careful. Don't violate the curfew.
Okay.
Right.
Don't go outside. That's what I was. All right. We're adjourned.
The council chambers.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. The time is 11:48.